Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
I'm husband.
And I'm wife.
Together we're reading the Bible for the very first time.
We grew up without religion and wanted to know what all the fuss was about.
Well, what have we learned so far?
That God is a dick, and apparently some people believe in talking donkeys?
We're not trying to pass ourselves off as experts.
Nope, we're just reading the Bible for the first time and giving our first take reaction.
If you'd like to join us in this venture, you might consider starting at episode 1.
Otherwise, jump in wherever you like.
All right, let's go read the Bible.
Yeah, let's get to it. Husband!
Wife!
Do you remember what happened on Friday and where the hell we are today?
Well, on Friday we covered Jeremiah chapter 50.
We sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter, God was going on and on and on about how Babylon sucks and he's going to, demise them, fuck them up, kill them, murder them, all the bad shit that God does to everybody.
Yes.
All the fucking time.
Yes.
And we were questioning, like, hey, God, you were using these fuckers as a tool.
Mm-hmm.
And so why all the vengeance and why all the mean shit?
Like, we knew it was coming, and it's still like, really though?
Yeah, it just, the way God uses people and then like abuses them after the fact is really just complete and utter bullshit.
It really is.
Like, he's all happy to use Babylon as a tool, as a weapon, as a whatever to serve his purpose, right?
Sure.
And obviously, because we're talking into in canon and we're talking in the Bible, he is controlling or at least influencing these people to do his bidding, right?
Or allowing them to and encouraging them.
Sure. Whatever the case may be, he is utilizing them as a tool, quote unquote.
His own words.
Yeah. So I don't understand the need for all the vengeance at the end of it.
Right.
Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It feels like he could just as easily make them a tool to go scatter themselves to the winds.
Right.
I mean, you're God. You have all the power. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Apparently, you like killing people.
Yeah.
That's what I take from it. That's what I gather.
Seems to have been the case through the whole Bible, though. So.
It really does. And that's one of those things that just constantly disturbs me about this God, about this Bible, about these words that he uses. So anyway, that was Jeremiah chapter 50.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that today we're getting into
Jeremiah chapter 51.
And I think you have some little aside here as to where we are in the Bible.
Like an apology?
Maybe an apology, but at least a clarification.
Okay, clarification and apology.
Sure.
For some reason, I thought that 51 was the final chapter of Jeremiah, but it turns out that there are 52 chapters.
52.
52,
yes.
Like a deck of cards.
Right.
So tomorrow, Tuesday, we will be doing Jeremiah chapter 52. And then
doing all the special
shit. Our Q&A, and then our Jeremiah ramp up, and then our You're Always Wrong.
Which actually makes our week work perfect because it gets us to Friday with everything that we need to do this week.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to be doing this one in the same vein that we've been doing the rest of them last week, and just reading it without previously taking notes because these are long chapters. They're really involved with like all this country vengeance bullshit. So we're going to read through and then we'll get to the notes on, let's see, that will be Wednesday at this point. So, all right. So we're heading into Jeremiah chapter 50. 51. Sorry. That was my bad. And yeah, you ready to do this?
Yes.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, Jeremiah, chapter 51.
Okay.
Thus says the Lord.
Does he now? Okay.
Behold!
Oh, okay.
Are you beholden?
I'm beholden.
I will raise up against Babylon.
We're still on Babylon?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Against those who dwell in Leb-Kamai, a destroying wind. And, moreover,
okay.
I will send winnowers to Babylon who shall winnow her and empty her land.
What is winnowers?
Like if you winnow something down, you take it little by little.
Okay.
Until it's nothing.
It's just a weird way to use that word, like winnowers. Okay. I would call them more like
killers, murderers.
Yeah, but maybe, or even like, what do you, like
Slavers?
thieves, right? Like they just come in and like steal your goods and shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
but it's a weird way to use that word.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. For in the day of doom, they shall be against all her. Oh, I read that wrong. They shall be against her all around.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Against her, let the archer bend his bow and lift himself up against her in his armor. Do not spare her young men. Utterly destroy all her army.
That's the loving God we know and love.
Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and those thrust through in her streets.
Jesus.
I love me some
very
thrusting.
Violent.
Mm-hmm. I mean, don't you love thrusting?
No.
Not like this. Nope.
No.
For Israel is not forsaken, nor Judah by his God, the Lord of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Okay?
Yeah.
Israel and Judah, they're
not. He still loves them, even though
they're the best.
Fucked up royally.
Of all the asshole humans on the planet,
they're the best ones.
They're the best.
Yeah.
Flee from the midst of Babylon, and everyone save his life. Do not be cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of the Lord's vengeance.
I still struggle with this idea that you can flee God's vengeance, right? Mm-hmm. Like you are wrong and bad because you're a Babylonian in his eyes, right? Mm-hmm. And yet if you flee, you can save yourself, because why? You're still a Babylonian. Like, why do you get to flee and save yourself?
Honestly, why are you giving them a heads up that you're coming?
Right, there's that too.
Like, I'm giving you a heads up. Go ahead and flee if you want.
Yeah.
Because I'm coming to kill you.
Yeah.
Still.
Right.
In the next chapter.
Yeah.
He shall recompense her. And let's talk about the Lord's vengeance. I'm still never going to be okay with he's vengeful.
Right.
Like, that is a negative. That's a naughty word that we try not to be vengeful.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's ugly behavior.
Right. I would think that most quote unquote good Christians would say that that's not a good trait.
That's what I would think.
That based on my, naive understanding of what Christianity was prior to
reading
doing this podcast,
book.
But what Christians claim is love and, forgiveness and all these things, mm-hmm, right? So my idea of what a Christian, quote unquote, a Christian would be not for vengeance.
It would be the exact opposite of vengeance.
So it really strikes me as counter to the whole idea of Christianity, what God stands for through most of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It's really just weird.
It's very weird. And I don't love it.
No. Nope.
Babylon was a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunk. That's great poetry, though.
Yeah.
That's great imagery.
Right.
The nations drank her wine. Therefore, the nations are deranged.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, she influenced everybody else. They enjoyed her goods.
Right.
And so...
Well, they seemed, as far as conquerors go back in those days, they seemed pretty forgiving with regard to, like, if you let them conquer you, they let you live and they let you carry on. Yeah. For the most part.
Just call us your boss and give us our tithe and tax. And
right. And you're good to go.
Yeah.
We just want this place and we want to call it ours. So.
Yeah. We just want to put our flag on it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right. They weren't like the old Israelites who literally destroyed people in totality. And
knocked over their buildings and...
Right.
Yeah. Took their women.
Piled their fucking animals in piles in the middle of the city and...
Danced in the blood of the babies.
Right? Yeah.
Babylon has suddenly fallen and been destroyed. Suddenly? This has been happening for years now. Wail for her. Take balm for her pain. Perhaps she may be healed.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Do you know God? Do you have the answer, God?
I think that no. No, he doesn't.
No. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her and let us go everyone to his own country.
We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed.
We would have healed her.
What does we would have entail? How did you try?
But we decided not to. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Maybe that's in a different book that we didn't get to read the copy
But it sounds awfully like that you wanted to kill a lot of them. So it doesn't really sound like healing. It sounds like murder.
Yeah. And now you're like, everyone go back to your own house.
This is like somebody that's stepping on you saying, I tried to not hurt you. I mean, come on.
It's not my fault you got in the way of my knife.
Right.
I only stabbed you 26 times. That 27th, that was on you.
Right.
Sir.
Yeah. You should have seen that one coming.
Duh, asshole. For her judgment reaches to heaven and is lifted up to the skies. The Lord has revealed our righteousness. Come. And let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. Whee! Love me some good murder. Woohoo! Party on.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess.
I mean, loving this God killing people for vengeance.
I didn't really get that they disliked the Babylonians this much.
Me neither.
The Israelites, that is.
Yeah.
Right? It seemed like they had they were going about their business, Yeah. It's just there were certain people that weren't, but there were a lot of people who were.
Yeah. Make the arrows bright. Gather the shields. The Lord has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. For his plan is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance for his temple.
Because they destroyed his temple.
Yeah, that hurts.
You destroy feelings. God's house and you're fucked.
He's going to kill you hard.
But this strikes me as there was no help for them. There was no recourse for them to not get killed.
Right.
God was going to kill them, even though God was the one that made them destroy the temple and said for them to destroy the temple, and that was his plan to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Set up the standard on the walls of Babylon. Make the guards strong. Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambushes. I'm going to war, babes.
Sure, yeah.
For the Lord has both devised and done what he spoke against the inhabitants of Babylon.
But he's still got to send some other people to do the work.
Yes.
So.
O you who dwell by many waters, abundant in treasures, your end has come. The measure of your covetousness. What were they coveting?
I mean, they were taking over lots of lands. They were probably stealing treasures from all these people. And, the things you do as a conqueror, you got to pay for your war campaign somehow, which is usually through the spoils of war, right?
Yeah, that's true. The Lord of hosts has sworn by himself, surely I will fill you with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a shout against you. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom and stretched out the heaven by his understanding. When he utters his voice, his capital H, so God. Yeah. There is a multitude of waters in the heavens. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings for the rain. He brings the wind out of his treasuries. He brings the wind out of his butt farts. I mean, this is so asinine and nonsensical and childish.
Right.
Everyone is dull-hearted without knowledge. You dull-hearted, knowledgeless husband of mine.
Wow.
Just kidding. Love you.
Yeah.
Every metalsmith is put to shame by the carved image, for his molded image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. Because
idols again, right? Yeah. Okay.
They are futile, a work of errors. In the time of their punishment, they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the maker of all things. And Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. Okay?
But those people had the same fucking idol. That's why he destroyed them in the first place.
Right.
They had idols. They worshipped idols. They weren't following his word. They were doing the exact same fucking things that the rest of these people in ancient times were doing.
But he liked them and not the others.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why they're the chosen ones.
All right. Yeah.
They're the Harry Potters.
All right.
They don't have to do jack shit.
All right.
You are my battle axe and weapons of war. For with you I will break the nation in pieces. With you I will destroy kingdoms. With you I will break in pieces the horse and its rider. With you I will break in pieces the chariot and its rider. With you also I will break in pieces man and woman. With you I will break in pieces old and young. With you I will break in pieces the young man and the maiden. With you also I will break in pieces the shepherd and his flock. Oh my God.
You're going to break a lot of pieces.
I will break in pieces the farmer and his yoke of oxen.
But I have a question, though. Is he going to break him out a piece of that Kit Kat bar?
He is.
Okay.
He is.
All right.
And with you I will break in pieces governors and rulers and Kit Kat bars. See? So it says in the Bible.
It's in the right. Yeah. Totally.
That is a lot of breaking shit.
It really is. It really is.
He's like, I'm going to break this. I'm going to break those. Fuck this. Fuck that. Fuck these. Fuck all of the things over there.
Yeah. Look, I'm not like a historian. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm qualifying this statement that I'm about to make.
Okay.
But in all my studying of great conquerors that I've done through my schooling, I never recall ever hearing about Israel or any
Judah?
or Judah being a great conqueror.
Right.
There was never anything that was covered. Like, yes, I'm sure that they won some battles and that they got their land back multiple times after being conquered.
I was going to say, what we know them for is being the downtrodden.
Right.
They're the chosen people that always get screwed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that goes along with the man with a God like that.
But the way he's talking about, the way that God in this book here is talking about the Israelites right now is that they are this great force that's going to topple, all
nations.
topple nations and stuff.
It's like, oh, you're so cute.
And I'm like, that's not really what I know of history.
Yeah.
I mean,
same.
I'm not saying you guys didn't hold on to your little spot of land kind of okay for a bit.
Right.
But I mean, you're not like known as great conquerors either. So.
No, because honestly, there's not a lot of you at this point. So
you would think, though, that if God wanted to spread his word, he would have chosen better warriors.
I mean, honestly.
Because he likes killing. He obviously likes killing.
Yes. Like, no offense to those little Israelite guys.
Right.
But they clearly weren't the best warriors out there.
No. Yeah.
So, yeah, he didn't necessarily choose
and look,
wisely.
I don't think you have to be a good warrior, great warrior, or anything to be a good person.
No, me neither.
But God seems to think that is a admirable trait.
Yeah, he seems to prefer warmongering over decent humanity.
Right.
So he chose wrong.
Yeah, right.
And I will repay Babylon and all the inhabitants of Chaldea for all the evil they have done in Zion in your sight, says the Lord. Behold, I am against you, O destroying mountain, who destroys all the earth, says the Lord. And I will stretch out my hand against you, roll you down from the rocks, and make you a burnt mountain.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell people when I get mad at them, I am going to push you down a mountain, and I'm going to make you a burnt mountain.
Right.
I'm going to push you down that hill. I'm going to roll you up. You're going to be a burnt mountain.
So just a curiosity here, because he's kind of talking about Israel being the ones that take back their land in this chapter, right?
Uh-huh.
But it seems to me in the last chapter he was talking about a force from the north being the force that took over.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
I thought that's because you were like
because I was like, were they further north? Yeah, because the Babylonians came from the north apparently.
Right. Yeah.
So like, where is north of there?
I have no idea.
But now it's the Israelites.
The Israelites are getting big and strong again, I guess.
So this seems like it's two separate stories.
Even though they're in Egypt now.
Right. So, a lot of them are, yeah. Yeah.
They shall not take from you a stone for a corner, nor a stone for a foundation, but you shall be desolate forever, says the Lord.
Okay.
Set up a banner in the land. Blow the trumpet among the nations. Prepare the nations against her. Call the kingdoms together against her. Okay, here we go. Ready?
I'm ready.
Here go some nations we're calling.
Yeah, okay.
Ararat, Minni, and Ashkenaz. Appoint a general against her. Cause the horses to come up like bristling locusts.
Wow.
Bristling locusts. That's interesting. Ooh, that reminds me. Did I already tell you this story? Have you heard that there are two different broods of cicadas?
Yeah.
That are coming around?
Sorry, cicadas, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the Christians are all losing their shit because they're like, earthquakes and locusts and eclipse. Oh my. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. But what's really cool about these two broods of locusts that are coming awake at the same time is that there's this fungus that's attacking them. And
is it among us?
It's going to be among them.
Okay.
And if it gets in the food chain, then it might be among us.
Ah, okay.
And scientists are not quite 100% positive how this fungus is going to impact the food chain because the two broods are coming together at the same time. That's a lot of fucking locusts.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And this fungus we learned about, I don't know if it was like last year or the year before, very recent, like within the last few years, this fungus, the last time that locust came out.
Yeah.
So very recent.
Right.
It basically is this like white powdery thing.
Isn't it psychedelic even? Like there's some psychedelic elements to it?
Yes. And it makes them lose their junk.
Right.
And so their whole ass end falls off, but they're not in pain because of the fungus. It like psychs their brain out.
Right.
And they don't die. They go around just trying to hump everything. And so they're still trying to fuck and mate. And
but they can't.
Yeah, but that's how they spread it to each other.
Oh.
Yeah, because they're like, come here, I don't have a penis and my guts are falling out, but I totally want to fuck you.
So it's like psychedelic cicada zombies.
Yes.
Wow.
Because they are kind of zombies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And only they're fuck zombies.
Right.
Instead of wanting to eat each other, they just want to fuck each other.
That would, we talk about band names sometimes. Psychedelic cicada zombies would be a great band name.
Psychedelic fuck zombies.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the first one better, but
psychedelic cicada zombies.
Yeah.
Or locust zombies.
No, cicada.
Okay.
Cicada, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So anytime I see the word locust, that's all I can think about is these zombie fucking cicadas.
Right.
And honestly, I cannot wait, even though there is some question about how it will impact the food supply, even just at the lowest level. Yeah. So
speaking of, you mentioned the end of the world and all the signs and all these things.
Apocalypse.
Yes, go on. Right. Yeah. So we're still coming up on one of the next apocalyptic days, which is April 23rd.
That's right.
Apparently, the numerologists amongst the crazy think that is going to be the next. That's when the apocalypse was actually going to happen, not during the eclipse. It was supposed
to be during the eclipse, but then it didn't happen. So they were like, just kidding. It's only coming up in a week or whatever.
Right. I mean, we could totally have a whole podcast dedicated to like Apocalypse Watch.
The next apocalypse.
Right.
Yeah. Like still not raptured.
That should totally, somebody out there needs to make that podcast.
Yeah.
Just call it Apocalypse Watch.
Yeah. Well, like I had texted my parents when Iran struck back at Israel this past weekend and was like, the fuck,
Right.
I didn't say the fuck.
No,
because
yeah.
My parents are hardcore Christians and I try not to.
They don't like the cussing.
They really don't. So I try not to say that shit around them. So I was just like, wow, so that happened. And then my dad was like, yeah, straight out of the Bible. And I was like, shooting bombs at each other, like the potential to hit a nuclear facility, like those things are in the Bible, huh?
No, it's all about Israel and it's all about Israel.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just, but it's not. So let's stop with that. No, that's bullshit.
Right.
Like every time something happens to Israel, people are like, it's in the Bible. And I'm like, my God, they breathed. Is that in the Bible? They breathed, they moved, they walked.
It's disturbing to me how much some of these people want these end time signs to actually be real.
Well, of course they do, because they believe that they're going to get raptured and go straight to heaven.
Right.
And meet Jesus and see all their dead relatives.
Yeah.
Like my mom.
But that's what makes it disturbing.
My mom says over and over she can't wait to see her daddy in heaven.
Yeah.
And I'm like, from what I've heard, I don't necessarily know that your daddy was a great guy. I don't know that he wasn't.
Right.
But, like, what makes you think he was going to heaven? Like, is that just written in stone? Like, my daddy's in heaven.
Well, yeah.
And then the other thing is that, but I thought that it was supposed to be that, like, when you're in heaven, that you don't give a shit about each other anymore or something like that.
Oh, who fucking knows? There's no way to know. Like, even if heaven were real, there's no way for anybody to know what it's actually like. There's not been any... There's no proof of any of this.
Right.
So there's no accounting for what actually happened. It's all just people hypothesizing what's going to happen after they die.
They're so excited to die. I'm like, how are you guys not walking out into traffic every day hoping like, oh, I sure hope a car hits me because I can't commit suicide. That would be wrong. But if I just walk out into the street and a car hits me, that's not my fault.
Right.
If I just didn't look both ways before I crossed the street.
Yeah, just give it to God, you know?
Right? Jesus, take the wheel. I didn't buckle up today and I accidentally crashed into a fucking wall.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like, I kind of don't understand. How are you so excited to die?
I got to be honest. I think that is the inherent doubt in the system.
Yeah.
That they don't admit to themselves.
Right? Because otherwise... Like, why? My parents are, you know, they're getting up there in age.
Yeah.
Why do you take your medications? Why do you go get your eyes checked? Why did you get all of your cancer things taken care of? Like, if you're so excited to die and meet your Jesus and your daddy in heaven.
Yeah. Why don't you just let Jesus take care of you?
Yeah. Like, and why is all that stuff okay, but the vaccination isn't? Like,
right. No, none of it makes sense.
None of it goes together. And like, how is... me saying that a person might have been born in the wrong body, how is that a slap in God's face when we're talking about gender things? But if, you know, a child needs glasses, like that's not a slap in the God's face saying, oh my God, Jesus really fucked up here. He really messed that kid's eyes up. Right. Or like people that are born with any kind of physical ailment, like, oh man, God really fucked this one up. Like, we don't say that. That's like, why is... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I could just go on and on forever. I get so mad about this shit.
No, so like you mentioned the getting mad about people born in the wrong bodies and stuff. And there's a lot of people out there. This isn't the exact right conversation, but it's one that I've had with people who don't understand trans or LGBTQ. Mm-hmm. They don't even know that there are people out there that are intersex, like that have been born with both genitalia. Right. You know, like, and they don't understand that the flaw can happen from birth. Right. Like, you know, and I shouldn't say flaw. It's not a flaw.
No, it's not a flaw, but it's a perceived flaw by Christians.
Right. And
then the doctor or the parents or both, they just choose for the baby which way it's going to go. And
I've had people who are religious stop and go, "Huh, I didn't know that." You know? And I'm not saying you're going to fix the world by bringing that up, but like there are a lot of people out there that just don't even know what they're talking about at all.
Right. And it's like, so this kid was born with this thing. What do you do?
Right.
What do you do? Because God didn't make that mistake, right? God doesn't make mistakes. Right. Except for, you know, every person who was born with some kind of handicap or ailment.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, those somehow aren't mistakes. But my God, you get between the legs and that is just an insult.
Right.
My arms, no. My eyes, no. My ears, no. My nose, no.
No, those are challenges for you to overcome through God, right?
Yes. But no, if we start talking about your crotch, that is a mistake.
Right.
And you cannot say God made a mistake. And it's like, I wasn't. You were.
That's why it's not a point of discussion with them. That's why they don't understand. That's why they don't even know that exists.
Right.
Generally. I'm not saying always, but generally. Yeah. They don't even know that exists.
Yeah. Well, that's because they're ignorant. And I do not like that.
No. Sorry, okay. That we went way off the track.
Locusts.
Yeah.
Bristling locusts.
Yeah.
That's how we got there.
Because the horses are going to be like bristling locusts.
Yes. Apologies. Let's read this chapter. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes. It is governors and all its rulers, all the land of his dominion. And the land will tremble and sorrow. Oh, that's interesting. They're using sorrow as a verb. It will tremble and sorrow, not have sorrow.
Right.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
For every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitant. The mighty men of Babylon, mighty Morphin Power Rangers of Babylon, have ceased fighting. They have remained in their strongholds. Their might has failed. They became like women.
Oh my God. Does it really say that?
It literally says they became like women.
I fucking hate the Bible.
Oh, I hate it when men become like women. Oh, that's the worst. When men are like women, I mean, who wants to be like women?
Oh, there's your argument. It says in the Bible, men become like women.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, that's why they would see it as a mistake, because who the fuck wants to be like a woman, those piece of shits? Just for the record.
Yeah, that's not our point of view. Right,
I'm a woman.
Right, yes.
Oh my God, I hate this book. They have burned her dwelling places. The bars of her gate are broken. One runner will run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken on all sides. Because he can't see it from his castle, looking out afar, going, fuck me, that's a lot of smoke. It's north, south, east, and west of me.
Right, yeah.
The passages are blocked. The reeds they have burned with fire, and the men of war are terrified. They're crying like little girls.
I mean, much like when Jerusalem was surrounded by men of war that were closing in on them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah. Like, here's the thing, guys. There is no shame in crying, whether you're a man or a woman.
Right. And
let us all feel the feels. Let us all get in touch with our emotions and be able to name them. Wouldn't that be a thing?
Right.
If we didn't like make fun of men for crying or make fun of men for having more effeminate qualities. Like, what is wrong with effeminate qualities? I have them. Are you saying some shit about me? Do you want to say it to my fucking face? Like, hello? For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor when it is time to thresh her. I hate it when we thresh her.
Yeah.
Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest will come. Ooh, they're going to harvest that bitch. They're going to harvest her so fucking hard. They're going to thrust and they're going to harvest. Ow. Jesus. Yes. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, has devoured me. Yeah, he has.
Wait. We're still in the time of Nebuchadnezzar?
Apparently, because he devoured me. Okay. He ate me, baby.
Okay. Oh, well, okay, continue, because I'm curious, because it was supposed to be 70 years later before, the Israelites were going to come back, right? So is this saying that he has destroyed? Okay, I'm confused.
Do I look like a calendar?
No, I know.
Do I look like a Bible planner keeper?
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, has devoured me. He has crushed me. Yeah, he has. He has made me an empty vessel.
Okay.
He has swallowed me up like a monster slurp. He has filled his stomach with my delicacies. Yeah. He has spit me out. Turn your head now, baby, just spit me out. What is that song?
That is, oh my God. I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, somebody knows. Right. Somebody out there is yelling at us
right on the tip of my tongue. I know the song.
Let the violence done to me and my flesh be upon Babylon, the inhabitant of Zion will say. Will he? Or is it you saying that, God?
Right.
I feel like maybe the people would not quite be so shit-tastic if you were not like drumming them up. But then again, you don't exist and they wrote this after, so never mind. They were just that shitty.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah.
And my blood be upon the inhabitants of Chaldea. Jerusalem will say.
Jerusalem's going to say?
They're going to revel in all that blood.
Okay.
They love it. They love the blood. Therefore, thus says the Lord, behold, I will plead your case and take vengeance for you. I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. He's going to hump them dry. Babylon shall become a heap, a dwelling place for jackals, an astonishment, and a hissing. Hiss without an inhabitant.
There must be literally nowhere to live in this part of the world. Because they're all fucking dried up and,
Yeah. Every single city, every single place at one point has been like, nobody will ever live here again.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like this maybe all happened in like the Sahara Desert or something.
Probably. They shall roar together like lions. They shall growl like lions' whelps. In their excitement, I will prepare their feasts. I will make them drunk, that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake.
Oh.
Says the Lord.
Oh, okay.
He gonna knock them out?
He's gonna poison them? He's gonna drug them?
I guess. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with male goats.
Like rams with male... Okay.
What is it like rams with male goats?
I don't know.
What do rams do to male goats?
I would imagine rams are more powerful than male goats, so they probably destroy the male goats.
They ram them to death?
They ram them. Yeah.
Okay. And then so the male goats are like, ow, and then they die?
Yeah. I think that tracks maybe.
Okay.
I mean, again, I'm not an expert on goats or rams.
I don't know anything about animals.
Yeah.
Things.
But I'm guessing that's where they're going with that.
Okay.
So.
Oh, how Sheshesh is taken. Oh, how the praise of the whole earth is seized. How Babylon has become desolate among the nations. The sea has come up over Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of its waves. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land and a wilderness.
Wait, so how do the seas come up over a desolation and dry land?
It's wet and dry.
It's
wet and dry.
It's whatever fits at any given moment for a metaphor.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
It's perfect and awful.
Yeah.
It's perfectly awful.
Right.
A land where no one dwells, through which no son of man passes. Well, if nobody goes there, then who cares what you do to it, honestly? Go ahead, I guess.
Right.
I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring out of his mouth what he has swallowed. No, don't make him puke.
That was a god, right? Bel?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And the nations shall not stream to him any more. Yes, the wall of Babylon shall fall. My people, go out of the midst of her, and let everyone deliver himself from the fierce anger of the Lord. And lest your heart faint, and you fear for the rumor that will be heard in the land, a rumor that will come 1 year, and after that in another year a rumor will come, and violence in the land, ruler against ruler. That was parentheses voice.
Okay.
Therefore, behold, the days are coming that I will bring judgment on the carved images of Babylon.
At least that's the rumor.
And that's what I heard. Her whole land shall be ashamed, and all her slain shall fall in her midst. But you just told them all to leave, so...
Right.
Anybody who stays with all those rumors flying, you know,
yeah.
Well, I mean, they told you he coming. So
again, I still feel like this stuff is propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you say my God's going to destroy your God, and all of a sudden, you know, if you can make people afraid enough to have some of them abandon their strongholds, right?
Yeah.
It's that much easier for you to come in and take over.
And then you get to be like, see, told ya.
Right. So if you write a good enough story that's, you know, a fearful my God's going to destroy your God type thing.
Yeah.
And maybe back in these times that worked, you know, like maybe that did get some people to flee and be like, I don't want to be part of this fucking war. I didn't sign up for this shit. I'm just a fucking farmer.
Scary, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna smite my ass.
Right.
I'm out. Then the heavens and the earth and all that is in them shall sing joyously over Babylon, for the plunderers shall come to her from the north, says the Lord.
From the north again. Yeah. Okay.
As Babylon has caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon the slain of all the earth shall fall. You who have escaped the sword, get away! Do not stand still. Remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come to your mind. We are ashamed because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces. Shame, shame,
right,
shame.
Yeah.
For strangers have come into the sanctuaries of the Lord's house. Therefore, behold, the days are coming, says the Lord, that I will bring judgment on her carved images, and throughout all her land the wounded shall groan. Oh my God, this is repetitive.
Yeah.
I'm coming to get you. I'm coming.
Still mad about idols too.
I'm getting your idols. I'm getting your land. I'm getting your buildings. I'm getting your people.
Right.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Though Babylon were to mount up to heaven, and though she were to fortify the height of her strength, yet from me plunderers would come to her, says the Lord. So basically saying this city can't climb high enough to get away from the shit I'm sending.
Sure.
The sound of a cry comes from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because the Lord is plundering Babylon and silencing her loud voice. though her waves roar like great waters, and the noise of their voice is uttered, because the plunderer comes against her, against Babylon, and her mighty men are taken. You know, this reminds me of when I was reading Beowulf.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like the behold, and her mighty men are taken. Like it's like a long epic.
Right.
And I expect this long chapter about I'm coming to get ya. The men, they're strong men. The strong men are strong and they're going to die and I'm coming.
Yeah.
Like that kind of repetitive chapter I would expect in a Beowulf.
Sure.
Not in chapter 51 of Jeremiah that it hasn't been like up until now.
Right.
So this is weird.
Yeah.
Every one of the bows is broken, for the Lord is the God of recompense. He will surely repay.
Just to be clear, you're saying that it's repetitive, like over and over within the same, sections, not even, as opposed to, like, because I mean, it's, the messaging is something that's been repetitive throughout the Old Testament, but the way it's repetitive.
The way this chapter is repetitive in itself.
Right. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. And I will make, oh my God, it's still going. And I will make drunk her princes and wise men, her governors, her deputies, and her mighty men, and her mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and they shall sleep a perpetual sleep and not awake, says the king, whose name is the Lord of hosts.
So again
with the poisoning or whatever.
Yeah.
Thus says the Lord of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken. Remember that time I already said that?
Yeah.
Still mean it.
Right.
And her high gates shall be burned with
fire?
Fire. You got it.
Yep.
The people will labor in vain, and the nations because of the fire, and they shall be very weary.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm always weary when people trying to kill my ass.
Right. I don't know that I would be. I mean, why would you be laboring when there's fire? Unless you're laboring to put out the fire.
That's what I think they mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that would be hard to do when you're in a place where there's no water, except for that there's lots of water. So, I mean, I'm not sure which one it is.
Because it's dry and wet and dry and wet.
But apparently, they're probably not a lot of water there since they're struggling to put out the fire.
Right.
So.
And it's in the
this time, right now, no water.
The word which Jeremiah the prophet commanded Seraiah the son of Neriah, the son of Messiah, when he went with Zedekiah, the king of Judah, to Babylon in the 4th year of his reign. This should be a separate chapter. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And Seraiah was the quartermaster. So Jeremiah wrote in a book all the evil that would come upon Babylon, all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Seraiah, when you arrive in Babylon and see it and read all these words, then you shall say, oh Lord, you have spoken against this place to cut it off, so that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but it shall be desolate forever. Now it shall be, when you have finished reading this book, that you shall tie a stone to it and throw it out into the Euphrates. Then you shall say, thus Babylon shall sink and not rise from the catastrophe that I will bring upon her, and they shall be weary. Thus far are the words of Jeremiah.
This sounds like
end.
Okay, Zedekiah was taken to Babylon, right? Remember, like he was wasn't he one of the ones that was taken as a captive or whatever?
Yes.
And then
they put his eyes out after they killed his kids in front of him. So
apparently Jeremiah sent him with these words to read?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well,
No, Seraiah.
Oh, Seraiah.
Jeremiah said that shit to Seraiah.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Seraiah was one of the captives that got taken to Babylon.
Sure.
Remember how he was communicating with them and what have you?
Yeah.
This whole thing sounds like a spell.
Yeah.
Does it not?
It does.
Like you're going to read the words out loud and then you're going to take a stone and wrap it around the words and throw it into the bottom of the Euphrates.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds like a fucking curse/spell.
It's a magic spell.
There's goddamn spells in the Bible.
This is a magic spell.
That's a magic spell.
It's a curse.
The fuck is this shit?
This is a curse.
Oh, this is
and they had to. That's why it's so weirdly written and repetitive. You are 100% right, and I hate myself for not realizing it. I was so close when I was like, "This chapter's weird."
Right.
It's saying shit that it's not normal.
Yeah.
That's why it's a curse.
Yeah.
They were writing down a curse for Jeremiah Jeremiah was writing down this curse for this kid Sariah to go take up there and to throw into the river.
There are literal magic spells in the fucking Bible.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Well, but now that I have this, I have a list of people that I need to go copy this. And I wonder if it has to be the Euphrates or can I throw it in the Ohio River? What do you think?
I think that it's not going to work.
I'm not asking for whole cities to go down.
Right, yeah.
Just like certain individuals.
Also, I mean, if we're counting on God to do this for us, even if God were real, I don't think we'd be in his best, grace for having this happen. So
well,
maybe you just have to believe it real hard.
They're doing a magic spell. I think that they're not talking about the same God that they were talking about earlier.
I mean, they are invoking God in the spell.
Yeah.
It's just this feels more like Kabbalists, or was it Kabbalists?
Yeah.
As opposed to like the other shit we've been reading. So like this is very spellish.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Like
I want to rewrite this though and fill in the blank with like the names of certain people and then like sing it and like record it and then throw it in the Ohio River and then a year from then go back and be like, so here's what happened.
Why don't we? I mean, the Great Miami's closer. We should just throw it in the Great Miami.
Well, I was thinking that the Ohio River, isn't it bigger than the Great Miami?
Yeah, but it's further drive. We can just, the Great Miami is, basically down the street,
I know, it's just, I was thinking like, because it's the name of the state that it would have more weight and bearing.
You think?
Yeah, because
the name of the name of the river matters.
Well, okay, they were going with the Euphrates. That's a big one.
It's true.
They didn't go with no local stream.
You're right. I mean, if that's the case, maybe we should go to the Mississippi.
I was going to say, we should really go to the Mississippi for this.
You think? Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make it work better?
Sure.
Okay.
No, but it'd be fun, though. It'd be fun. Wrap a stone with it.
That should be like our first, our
first actual
event. We should do like a wrap a stone, we should do spells to get rid of all the influence of religious nutbags.
Yeah.
And we should all wrap a stone around our scrolls that we write. That's the things that we want to happen.
Yeah.
And then we should all go to the Mississippi River and just,
chuck it.
Chant some things, and then we'll just chuck them in the bottom of the river.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's a great event.
Please don't let Trump win again.
Right.
Chuck it.
Yeah.
But we gotta like sing all this stuff, I think.
Right.
That's the best way.
Right.
Everybody knows that magic spells only work if you sing them.
Is that okay?
And the fact that they didn't include those instructions in this tells me
you're
that
a little disappointed.
Well, I think that they already knew it.
Oh.
It was so common that they didn't have to say it. They just knew it.
I see. Okay.
I'm very excited about this plan.
I'm really excited to plan our first stone scroll event.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think that's the thing that we should do.
I'm very excited about this plan.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. You put that together.
I think we need to put it down as an idea for later on.
Yeah.
And that's something that we'll plan eventually.
I wonder if we should get like special stones or special scrolls. Like, it feels like
we should order some papyrus. You got to write it.
And then we'll have like fill in the blank so that anybody that shows up, they can just write whatever name or event that they want in the blanks.
Sure.
As they sing it with us.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could have AI write our songs for us.
Oh my gosh. That would be amazing.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, there you go.
I love this. I am loving this. That's ridiculous and silly. And that's why I love it, because it's so fucking stupid.
Right.
It's so fucking stupid. You fucking stupid Bible. You have a magic spell, a curse in your goddamn weeping prophet, one of your most popular fucking books in the Bible.
Yeah.
And there's a magic spell. Get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Right.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was Jeremiah chapter 51.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that we will be back tomorrow with
Jeremiah chapter 52, and that will be the end of Jeremiah for realsies.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
All right. We'll see you then, guys.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you remember what happened yesterday and how the hell we got here today?
Well, yesterday we read Jeremiah chapter 51.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that chapter, we went on more about Babylon and how they're going to die and destruct them and destroy them and kill them and mutilate them and
drown them and dry them
whatever.
out.
Yeah, all the things. And then at the end, Jeremiah gave Sariah, is it Sariah?
I think so.
A scroll with the words on it that he was to repeat.
Yeah.
And then
he was like, go read that shit over there.
Tie it to a rock and throw it in the Euphrates River.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, that was a motherfucking spell. That was a goddamn curse. That was something crazy just happening just now in the Bible.
I think it was a magic spell, a curse, and I think they were trying to manifest what they wanted to happen to Babylon.
Yeah.
I think that they were begging for God to do this.
I agree. Like it reads that way. It feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
But we found no information anywhere to back that up.
Apparently nobody else has ever thought of that before.
Yeah. No, it's insane.
So we're crazy, I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're crazy. I don't think we're crazy.
I don't think I'm crazy.
I mean, maybe this reading the Bible without anybody to tell us what to think is a good thing sometimes.
Right.
We could be completely wrong here, but it sure read like it was a fucking spell.
And it did not read like the previous normal quote unquote chapters did.
Right.
It read like a list of things that they really want God to accomplish.
Right.
In smiting Babylon.
And not just things to accomplish, but repeating them over and over and over and
almost
over again.
Almost like an incantation or chanting.
Yeah. No, it was very much like a spell.
Yeah.
It was... Anyway.
I mean, not that we practice magic or know what spells are.
No.
But my impression of what a spell is, that's how it is.
Yeah. No, and I... Yes, it was definitely something very, let's just say, different for the Bible. Mm-hmm. And
I've seen Conan the Barbarian.
I'm not sure what that has to do with that, but okay.
They had some witches in there doing some shit.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I needed a little bit more clarification than I've seen Conan the Barbarian. But okay. So anyway, we'll get off our high horse here about whatever happened in the last chapter. That was Jeremiah chapter 51.
It definitely was.
And that means that today we're getting into
the final chapter of the book of Jeremiah.
Hell
chapter 52, motherfuckers.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are finishing up Jeremiah, hopping into chapter 52.
Hell yeah.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to talk about old ZDK Two Eyes.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just say?
That's what I decided to call Zedekiah.
Oh my God.
ZDK Two Eyes.
No. Because I don't even know. Like, I can't. What the fuck is that?
Because he got his eyes squished out. and so ZDK just is more fun than Zedekiah.
Okay.
ZDK Two Eyes. What?
Let's just stick with Zedekiah, okay?
Boring.
That way we can not get confused about who we're talking about.
All right. What about Z-Dog?
No.
All right. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. His mama's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. He also did evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that Joachim had done. For because of the anger of the Lord, this happened in Jerusalem and Judah, till he finally cast them out from his presence. Then Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. Okay?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Because he was
bad boy.
Yeah. Which you would think that God would maybe appreciate if he was standing up to the king of Babylon, right?
I don't know.
But no, obviously not.
Sometimes we like Babylon and sometimes we don't.
Yeah.
Even more than Egypt.
I mean, we were just casting a spell last episode to like destroy Babylon.
Right.
And now whatever.
Yeah, who could know? It just depends on God's mood.
Right.
Okay, so now it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of that month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army came against Jerusalem and encamped against it. Like, remember?
I do.
Like, yes, God. And they built a siege wall against it all around. So, as we've already read 100 times, the city was besieged until the 11th year of King Zedekiah.
Okay.
By the 4th month, on the 9th day of the month, the famine had become so severe in the city that there was no food for the people of the land.
So it wasn't severe on the 8th day of that month, but,
no.
But by the 9th day, that's when it was very severe.
Yeah, and nor the 6th, and the 7th was right after.
Right, yeah.
Then the city wall was broken through, and all the men of war fled and went out of the city at night by way of the gate between the two walls, which was by the king's garden, even though the Chaldeans were near the city all around. That's like word for word. We've already read this. And they went by way of the plain. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king, and they overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho.
Took his goddamn eyes out.
And he was 1 hour away from
freedom,
the border of Egypt or what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
And then, they killed his sons in front of him before they took his eyes out.
Probably all that Egyptian border security. They'd built the wall probably.
Right. All his army was scattered from him, scattered, smothered, covered. So they took the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And he pronounced judgment on him. Then the king of Babylon killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. And he killed all the princes of Judah in Riblah. He also put out the eyes of Zedekiah. And the king of Babylon bound him in bronze fetters, took him to Babylon, and put him in a prison until the day of his death. Okay.
Yep.
Remember?
I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a really is this how it's going to wrap up? We're going to just recap everything.
It's what it feels like.
I'm not. This is
okay.
I really liked the spell last time.
I know.
Can we go back to spells and magic?
This chapter is we forgot to put an epilogue. Hang on. Now, in the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month, these dates are killing me.
Yeah, they're very excited about these dates.
Yeah. This is unlike anything else that has happened in this fucking book. Okay, so now, in the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month, parentheses voice, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard who served the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
He burned the motherfucking house of the Lord and the king's house. All the houses of Jerusalem, that is, all the houses of the great, he burned with fucking fire.
Yeah. Okay.
And all the army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down all the walls of Jerusalem all around.
Okay.
I'm trying to spice this up because it's so boring.
Yeah.
Then Nebuzaradan. I got a little excited. Right. Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive some of the poor people, the rest of the people who remained in the city, the defectors who had deserted to the king of Babylon, and the rest of the craftsmen. Just basically everybody else.
Yeah, the ones they didn't kill.
Yeah. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, I really appreciate that they always qualify him every single time. They're like, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard.
Right.
I'm like, thank you for that, actually.
Right.
Could you do that with all of them? Henceforth, make it so.
Yeah.
But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left some of the poor of the land as vine dressers and farmers.
Yeah, they talked about that before, too. That they were
I want to talk about the word vine dresser. I've never heard vine dressing before.
Yeah, I have not either.
I want to buy little dresses for teeny tiny grapes.
That has nothing to do with what that meaning conveys.
I want to dress my vines. I want to get little miniature gowns. I want prom dresses. I want cocktail gowns. I want hoop skirts. I want poodle skirts. I want mini skirts. I want night to day Barbie business suit dresses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want all these dresses for my grapes.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I no longer want naked grapes. They better be dressed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bronze pillars that were in the house of the Lord and the carts and the bronze sea that were in the house of the Lord. Remember the sea?
I do.
That were in the house of the Lord. The Chaldeans broke in pieces and carried all their bronze to Babylon. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
That's what
why
you
wouldn't
do.
you take the metal? Like, that's
loot.
precious shit, you know?
Yeah. I mean, shit, somebody drops metal in our backyard, we're going to go recycle that shit and get the money for it.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. Why not?
We still do that to this day.
Yeah.
So
to this day.
To this very day. They also took away the pots, the shovels, the trimmers, the bowls, the spoons, but not the forks, and all the bronze utensils with which the priests ministered. So not the spatulas.
So they took the fancy sets.
They did. Not the salad plates.
Right.
Not the butter knives.
Well, I mean, if those are just made of ceramic, those are, boring. But bronze. That's not boring. That's bronze.
I wonder if they had cocktail forks.
I don't know.
I would be interested to learn if they had cocktail forks.
I'm betting not.
The basins, the fire pans, the bowls, the pots, the lampstands. It's all I need. The spoons and the cups, whatever was solid gold and whatever was solid silver, the captain of the guard, he took that shit away.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 pillars, 1 sea, the 12 bronze bulls which were under it. Oh, I forgot about the bulls.
Yeah.
And the carts which King Solomon had made for the house of the Lord. The bronze of all this shit, all these articles, was beyond measure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, concerning the pillars,
Yeah.
The height of one pillar was 18 cubits. Remember?
Yeah. Sure.
A measuring line of 12 cubits could measure its circumference, and its thickness was 4 fingers. It was hollow. A capital of bronze was on it, and the height of one capital was 5 cubits. Are you taking fucking notes?
I mean, no.
Okay.
I'm not. Because you know why?
It's in the Bible.
I don't want. I also don't give a fuck.
No, right. With a network and pomegranates.
Oh, they didn't forget the pomegranates. All right.
Oh, that makes me so. I don't know why that makes me so happy because
it's a callback.
Yeah, because pomegranates they came back into fashion all of a sudden.
Well, not back. This was always there in those decorations.
It's just that we haven't talked about pomegranates.
We haven't. It's been a while.
And I'm like, I missed you, pomegranates.
Right.
All around the Capitol, all of bronze. The second pillar with pomegranates was the same. There were 96 pomegranates on the sides. All the fucking pomegranates all around on the network.
Somebody
were
counted
100.
The pomegranates.
Well, yeah, there's 100.
Okay.
How else are we going to know what we're stealing if we don't count it first?
And then wrote it down. Mm-hmm. I'm just, okay. They're really dull.
They brought receipts.
Yeah, okay. All right. Sure.
The captain is like, y'all
I guess that could
down.
Be, that could be good to make sure that it all makes it back to the,
Yeah.
All right, who took the fucking pomegranate?
Okay, I only have 99 gold fucking pomegranates. I know that there were 100. Steve, give me the fucking pomegranate. I know it was you.
Right.
The captain of the guard took Sariah, the chief priest. You know, the dude that did the magic spell last chapter?
Right, yeah.
Zephaniah, the second priest, and the 3 doorkeepers. The doorkeepers.
Sure, yeah.
He also took out of the city an officer who had charge of the men of war, 7 men of the king's close associates who were found in the city, just walking around. You look cool. No, you're a piece of shit. Get out of here. The principal scribe of the army who mustered the people of the land, but not ketchup.
Right, yeah.
Just mustard.
Mm-hmm.
And 60 men of the people of the land who were found in the midst of the city. So he's just walking around and like...
grabbing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, help me.
Right.
Help me, I'm stealing your shit. Whee!
Right, yeah.
And Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, took these and brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah. So they were just like, here we go, and they just skipped on down.
We got some good shit.
Mm-hmm,
yeah, okay.
Then the king of Babylon struck them and put them to death at Riblah in the land of Hamath.
What?
He made them carry the shit and then was like, thanks for your help. Bye.
But they mentioned Sariah, and Sariah still has to cast a spell in Babylon.
I have no idea.
So.
Well, it was just the other guys.
Okay.
The other guys. You know,
Okay.
the ones that he was like, and you, and you, and you.
Got it.
Like walking around saying, you're going to carry shit. You're going to carry shit. And they're like, yay, we survived. And then as soon as they got there, he was like, bitch, bye.
Well, and I'm a little confused because my understanding prior to this, and this was when Jeremiah was writing this stuff or whoever, Baruch or whoever it was, these people seemed a lot nicer.
Yeah.
Like they were letting people live in these other cities.
Nebuzaradan was like, live and let live.
Right. Yeah. But no, now they're being put to death. So I feel like this is not written by Jeremiah or Baruch.
Right.
Because it's not got that feeling of...
everything's fine. Just let us plant our flag.
Right.
You'll be okay.
Yeah.
We're all friends here. I just want to kill you a little bit.
I feel like the aftermath didn't go as well as they had promised it would go.
Yeah.
That's what I feel.
And I feel like that... makes the previous chapter of the magic spell wishing for bad shit to happen to Babylon
a little bit more relevant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes it like, I believe you. I believe that's what it was.
It also makes Jeremiah's prophecies, quote unquote, a lot less relevant.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I don't know. It just the whole thing doesn't. This still doesn't sit well with the rest of what we've read.
No, this is still, I'm pretty sure, not Jeremiah or Baruch.
Right. No, I feel like
opinion.
Most of this stuff that was written in these last few chapters was written post Babylonian exile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Post all of it. Yeah.
Or well, at least during the exile or whatever.
Sure.
Sometime
post Jeremiah, I can tell you that much.
Post Jeremiah, yeah.
Thus, Judah was carried away captive from its own land. These are the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive. In the 7th year, 3,023 Jews. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, he carried away captive from Jerusalem 832 persons, which may or may not have been Jews. We don't care anymore, I guess. In the 23rd year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive of the Jews 745 persons.
Well, this definitely has to be written during the exile because they know these numbers.
Right.
They're accounting for these numbers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
all the persons were 4,600. So they did some maths.
Got it.
Now.
That's not a lot of people, really.
I mean, it's really not.
Not in the grand scheme of how many Israelites there were.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, I think the majority of them ran away to
Egypt.
And some of them probably defected to Babylon.
Sure.
So.
Yep.
Joaquin. Oh, we're about to read about Joaquin. Now it came to pass in the 37th year of the captivity of Joaquin, king of Judah, in the 12th month, on the 25th day of the month, that Evil Merodach.
Okay.
Evil.
E-V-I-L.
Evil.
Okay. Yeah.
Evil Merodach, king of Babylon, in the first year of his reign, lifted up the head of Joaquin, king of Judah, and brought him out of prison. And he spoke kindly to him and gave him a more prominent seat than those of the kings who were with him in Babylon.
I remember we read about this in way back when.
In the way back, like 2 Kings or some shit.
Yeah.
Or Chronicles.
Right.
So Joaquin changed from his prison garments, and he ate bread regularly before the king all the days of his life. And as for his provisions, there was a regular ration given him by the king of Babylon, a portion for each day until the day of his death, all the days of his life. The end of Jeremiah.
So they sucked, and then they were nice to that one king guy, and then that's the end of Jeremiah.
That's the end of Jeremiah.
Like, how lackluster an ending to Jeremiah is this? This is so just pathetic.
This book deserved better, honestly.
Did it, though?
It did, because there was some story happening in it, which I appreciate. Even though it wasn't a great story, I do appreciate that there was story.
Sure.
And there was some interesting things happening.
Yeah.
I mean...
as we went on through the book, it became more and more repetitive.
Sure.
Even with the Jeremiah and Baruch shit, you know. And then at the end, it just kind of went completely off the rails.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This book deserved better than this ending.
No, okay. All right. That's fair, I guess. But I'm way more excited still about the fucking spell that happened in the last chapter. This was just like, yeah, that shit happened.
Yeah, remember when it's like two old dudes sitting around the bar going, remember back in high school when I was the captain of the football team and the other guy sitting next to him was like, I know, right? And I was the quarterback. And they're like, right? Yeah, that happened.
All right. Well, I don't think we have a lot to say about this chapter. It just kind of stands for what it is. So,
yeah. But we will do some notes tomorrow.
Yes, and that'll probably be pretty extensive, actually. I'm imagining.
Yeah, it'll just be over the final chapters. That weird unit of addressing the nations.
Right, and the spell bullshit.
Yeah.
And whatever. So, yeah. So, anyway, that was Jeremiah chapter 52.
Sure as fuck was.
The end of Jeremiah.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, congratulations. We finished yet another book of the Bible.
Yes.
We are coming up, this was the 24th book, so that means we're going into the 25th book of the Bible next. So a nice, factor of 5 number.
That'll be Lamentations, which is also by Jeremiah, supposedly.
Fun.
Sorry to, kill your joy.
But we will be back tomorrow with it's not a Saturday, but it is going to be
a Q&A during the week.
And then we got the rest of our regular
wrap-up
end of
stuff.
book stuff coming up after that as well. So we will see you guys tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
How's your unit?
I'm sorry, what?
The look you just gave me. So you know how we're in a unit right now of oracles?
Oh no, I was having trouble remembering because it's been so many days.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a lot to cover. And so toward that end, I think we're going to make this a two-parter.
Okay.
A two-parter Q&A, not a Saturday.
Right.
Okay.
And to that end, I'm not sure when this is all going to pan out because this is has been taking extremely longer than we ever anticipated to do the research for this. So
I know. I'm sorry. You kept coming in and going, how much longer? And I'm like, another hour at least.
Oh, no, but that was for like 3 days.
Yes.
For 3 days, I was going in and asking.
Yes. Just one more hour at least.
Wife doesn't have the best sense of time.
No, I have zero sense of time.
Right. That's what I meant by not the best.
Yeah. So what we are going to cover today is the Q&A for chapters 46, 47, 48, and 49.
Okay.
Which is all of those oracles about all the other nations that Jeremiah is addressing.
Right.
And then they're basically all of them except Babylon. So
got it.
The part 2 will be the Babylon chapters, which is 50 and 51.
Mm-hmm.
And then that weird epilogue chapter 52.
That was shit.
Yeah. And then I will hopefully be able to also introduce a little bit more information about this weird unit as a whole.
Got it.
In the part 2.
Got it.
And that's kind of what's been holding me up. I'm just like inundated with how many chapters is that? 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. That's 7 chapters.
Well, and this was a weird placement. I mean, like everything was weird about this section that we've been covering. So like it's not a normal it's not normal.
It's not our normal format, and I did not anticipate how much research there was going to be and how long that would take me.
Well, and if I'm to guess, I'm guessing that it's not really in the same vein as the rest of Jeremiah. So it's very much different and unique.
Right.
So
right, because we also will have a separate Jeremiah as a whole wrap up.
Right.
Which kind of almost makes it a part 3 in a way.
Right. So, but again, if we're wrapping up Jeremiah, there's a lot to Jeremiah that's not this section either.
Right. So, that's what I'm saying. So
And since we're covering this for over 2 days, we could probably almost make that a side note for what we're covering for these 2 days.
Right. Exactly.
So we may be stretching this whole thing into like Sunday. I'm not really sure where we're going with all this, but
we're a wreck.
We're
a mess.
But we're back.
We're back. We're here. We didn't leave.
No,
I just am not a good.
All right. So that being said, you said we're covering what today again?
Jeremiah chapters 46, 47, 48, 49.
All right. You ready to do this?
Sure. Yes, I am. Yes.
All right. Let's do this.
Okie dokie. Okay, here we go into this Q&A covering 500 chapters.
There were 3.
4.
4.
Yeah, 4 chapters. And some of it will sound a bit repetitive because it is.
Right.
And because also we did a Q&A already for 46 before we realized we were going to be doing this whole unit thing.
Got it.
So just putting it out there that in order to have this be a cohesive thing, I might say a few things that I've already said before, such as that the oracles against foreign nations is what this unit is.
Right.
And it does consist of chapters 46 through 51.
Okay.
But we're only covering 46 through 49 because 50 and 51 are about Babylon.
Right. And there was a lot of material.
Yeah. We want to do those separate.
Yeah.
So in the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation, this unit, these chapters came in the middle of what we call Jeremiah chapter 25.
Right.
And which is chapter 32 in the Septuagint.
Okay.
And this suggests that the oracles circulated for a time as an independent unit. And that's why I asked in the intro, how's your unit doing? See?
Just for the record, we did not do a Q&A over 46 yet.
I really thought we did.
No.
Oh.
The last set of chapters was 41 through 45.
Well, my mistake.
I had a sneaking suspicion, so I went and checked real quick. So
you know what? You're right, because I wasn't doing separate Q&As. So I covered this in the chapter itself. My notes.
No, we were doing separate Q&As still.
Not for Jeremiah chapter 46. We were not doing separate Q&As.
Right.
I'm saying that. Okay. All right. At any rate, some of this might sound familiar, and if you know, you know.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, this series brings together a number of messages that Jeremiah announced to foreign nations over the course of time during the many years of his ministry. So, we're talking about from the time he was a youngin' and just starting his ministry all the way through when he got killed.
So is that why we're supposed to accept the different writing styles and the different?
Sure, that's it. Yeah, and also because Baruch, his scribe, his assistant, his little partner in crime, his secret agent, co-conspirator, yeah,
right,
wrote some of it,
yeah,
and somebody else gathered it all up or whatever.
It's just that none of these chapters felt. There might have been like 1 or 2 exceptions throughout the whole thing, but none of them really felt like anything Baruch or Jeremiah had written previously.
Right.
So it just doesn't sit well with me. And there's a lot of it that I feel was even while they were in Babylonian exile, especially I know we're not covering it today, but like chapter 51 for sure.
You was mean, 51.
Definitely written while they were in Babylonian exile.
For sure.
Like, I mean... Well, I don't know that for 100% fact myself, but I based on what they said, there are some things, and I think some of this other stuff was written in Babylonian exile as well. So.
I agree with you, but that kind of goes along with the next thing I was going to say, which is that just as a reminder, the order in which these messages, these oracles to the other nations, the order they've been arranged in does not follow the order of the events they announce. So they're not in chronological order. The arrangement is more according to the geographic location of the target countries.
Right.
And they start with Egypt in the south, and then they move north and east towards Mesopotamia, ending in, of course, Babylon.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
And the climax of the series deals with the nation that dominated the affairs of most countries in the region. Spoiler alert, I already just said.
Egypt.
Babylon.
Oh, Babylon. I'm sorry. Well, Egypt was a big player too. So.
Yeah, but that's not the climax, and that's not the big bad.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was half listening because our cat's making noise. So
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So in this first chapter here, chapter 46, we're dealing with Egypt.
Okay.
Okay, so you weren't totally wrong or far off, but that's where we're starting.
Sure.
Okay, and prophecy number 1 covers the defeat at Carchemish. Okay.
Yep.
Verse 2 read, it was on his way to Carchemish, located in modern Turkey near the Syrian border. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't a verse. I'm referencing a verse. I'm referencing verse 2.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
It was on his way to Carchemish, located in modern Turkey near the Syrian border, that Pharaoh Necho had slain King Josiah of Judah in 609 BCE.
Right.
When Josiah tried to turn him back. And Pharaoh kept his army in Carchemish 4 years, dominating the area and waiting for the inevitable confrontation with rising Babylon.
Got it.
Okay, so this is supposed to be like early on.
Sure.
Okay.
And that makes sense. Like we talked about it throughout the chapters that there was some, just some political / warfaring things going on, and Israel happens to be in the middle of it all.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Now, when it came, the Egyptians were routed. In 605 BCE, the army of Nebuchadnezzar defeated the troops of Pharaoh Necho at Carchemish on the northern Euphrates and pursued the troop to the border of Egypt.
Okay.
The Babylonian armies chased the fleeing Egyptians south and came to Jerusalem. Okay.
Right.
So the soldiers were called to battle. They were quickly routed. We heard the voice of the victorious Babylonian army in Jeremiah's imaginations of how it would sound and how it would look.
Yeah.
And then we saw proud Egypt get destroyed. And then Egypt was not to be cured from their affliction. So referencing verse 11, the association of balm with Gilead. I don't know if you recall that verse. They mentioned something about the balm of Gilead.
Okay.
All
right.
That is likely an allusion to the fact that caravans from the east bearing supplies of balm often passed through Gilead.
Okay. Yeah.
And the defeat of Egypt at Carchemish was famous because it marked the beginning of Babylon as a true superpower in the region, and simultaneously the decline of Egypt as the superpower.
Got it. Okay.
So then we move on to prophecy number 2 regarding the invasion of Egypt. Okay.
All right.
And Egypt was helpless to defend themselves against Babylon's army. So in verse 16, they called Pharaoh a noise, which we talked about. That meant a braggart, a bombast, a loudmouth, all talk, full of lip service, like basically, just talking shit.
Yeah.
Shit talking.
Right.
Okay. And then in verse 20, Egypt proudly thought of herself as strong, great, and beautiful. And God said that they were strong and pretty like a young cow that was just ripe for sacrifice.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we did. I do remember we talked about a lot of this while we were reading it. So.
Yep. So I was right and you were wrong?
No. You were saying it wrong. So,
okay.
But it's okay.
But I was still right and you were still wrong because you're always wrong.
Okay.
The reference to Egypt in verse 22, gliding away like a snake. Do you remember that? They were like, Egypt's going to glide away like a snake.
Yes.
Okay. It's a sarcastic comment on the humbling of Thoth, one of Egypt's most revered national deities. And it was one that was prominent in the royal insignia. There were
the snake, whatever.
The caduceus.
Right.
Yeah, the snakes wrapped around the staff.
Right.
The Egyptian god Thoth was equivalent to the Greek god Hermes and the Roman god Mercury. Okay. So then we moved into the certainty of the judgment upon Egypt. And then God, of course, says that he will preserve Israel because he always says that.
Right.
And then that's the comfort that he offers to his chosen people.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was chapter 46 summed up for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Moving into chapter 47. That is a prophecy concerning the Philistines. Okay?
Right.
So, this prophecy is odd because there is no historical evidence of any Egyptian king smiting Gaza.
Right.
Whereas verse 1 talks about how that totally is going to happen.
And it was always my understanding that the Egyptians were really good at keeping records. Mm-hmm. So that is more than odd. It's probably not true.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Exactly. It was no doubt smote by some of them, like little edge.
Sure, skirmishes.
Skirmishes, that's the word I was looking for. But when or by whom does not appear in any written history.
Got it.
So they might have lost a little town or city on the edge or whatever now and again,
right.
But they always maintained their power.
Right.
So this attack that whatever we're talking about that we have no evidence of is likely to have occurred when Necho was marching to Haran in 609 BCE. Okay.
Yep.
And Pharaoh Necho's campaign had a twofold purpose. One, it was to prop up a tottering Assyria against a powerful Babylon, thus maintaining the balance of power. Okay. And then 2, to extend his own empire in a time of international chaos.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So then we hear that there's going to be a judgment coming from the north. And we're going to get into that in a minute because me and you, for several chapters, we were like, what the fuck does that mean? Like Babylon was from the north. So is it north that some evil power is coming?
In these chapters, they were referring to Babylon from what I understood.
Yes and no. Like I said, we're going to get into that.
Okay.
Because when we get to Babylon, they're saying somebody from the north is going to get you. And we were like, what are you talking about? Babylon is north. So,
at least that's how they had referred to them, we thought.
Yes. So there are some northern things north of Babylon.
Okay.
That is, like I said, we're going to get into that.
Right.
Okay. So then we talk about the sword of the Lord against the cities of the Philistines. Do you remember that fucking sword? The sword of the Lord. Okay. And then they talk about the afflicted cities. And in verse 4, they talk about to cut off from Tyre and Sidon or Sidon.
Okay.
And that was likely meant that any available Phoenician help would be prevented from reaching Philistia. Tyre and Sidon were Phoenician cities, not Philistine. But they were probably in a desperate alliance with the Philistines against the force of Babylon. So basically, like, all these various little nations were suddenly finding themselves teaming up with their worst enemies just to try to fight off Babylon. Because
if I recall correctly, I think we've talked about Tyre before as like a major trading hub in that area. So like that would have been an important people to have on your side or have to cut off from somebody. I mean, it would be a big deal.
Right. And like these little nations, they would have, the word that you used earlier was perfect. They would have skirmishes and they would raid each other.
Sure.
But that was not this whole overpowering empire rolling over them.
Right.
So like Babylon made its own bed here because they were like, we are going to take all of you down. And they kind of did. But then they, in the end are supposed to get theirs.
Yeah.
So the New International Version explains a little bit more clearly with regard to, they talked about baldness, like this nation will be bald.
Right.
And then the way that they phrase that in the New International Version is that Gaza will shave her head in mourning.
Yeah.
So, as they did.
Right.
Okay. The Septuagint, the Greek translation, describes the valley that is referenced in these verses as the remainder of the Anakim in place of the remnant of their valley. And the Anakim, recall, were the race of giants.
Right.
Said to have lived in the southern part of the land of Canaan. So that's fun.
And then they were still there.
They're still there. Yeah.
Which
they were still
is
there.
Funny.
Yeah.
Because we read about them all the way back in Exodus. Mm-hmm. Because I remember they didn't even go into Israel. They were at Israel like within the first like chapter
Canaan.
or Canaan, yeah.
Yeah.
And they didn't go in because, there was hypothetical giants that they were going to have to fight.
It was a beautiful land full of milk and honey that they were scared to enter because of the giants.
Right.
Right. So use of the term Anakim seems to link the people of Gaza and Ashkelon with the race of giants that inhabited Canaan, just as you said, before the arrival of the Israelites.
Got it.
So
there
you have it. They were still alive to that very day.
Right.
Yep. And then we hear about Jeremiah speaking to and hearing from that sword. And this dialogue between the sword of the Lord and the prophet is a form of personification about which there are several legends.
Okay.
And we talked about like one of them being Excalibur, but there are several others where the sword is prominent.
Right.
As a character in the story.
Right,
So,
but you said at the time that they're not necessarily related directly to this sword.
No, they're not related. It's just interesting that so many different nations throughout history, repeat similar themes.
Well, I mean, and I think we commented on this at the time too, but war is a big deal for these people in those times because...
Survival.
Yeah, well, and yeah.
Land grab.
Right.
Resources.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no consensus as to when this prophecy was delivered. And that's going to make it super exciting when I do like the unit as a whole deep dive. Yeah. It may have occurred during the 4th year of Zedekiah, but others assign it to sometime in the reign of Josiah.
Okay.
So
sure.
Zedekiah, Josiah, who fucking knows?
Right.
Okay. So that was 47. Now we're moving into Jeremiah 48, the prophecy concerning Moab. Okay.
Yeah. Which I thought they were gone too.
Yeah, they were supposed to be. So we start with the judgment to come against the cities of Moab. And the ancestor of Moab came from the incestuous pairing of Lot and his daughter. And that was described way back in Genesis chapter 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Moab was something of a cousin to Israel. Like they were related, but like...
But they were incestual, so,
Yeah, like, these are gross. They feared Israel as they came from Egypt towards Canaan. And that was described in Numbers chapter 22. Recall Balak, king of Moab, hired Balaam to curse Israel.
One of my favorite chapters.
I know, the fucking talking donkey.
Definitely.
Like, that's the one where I'm like, oh, you believe everything in the Bible is literal, so you believe in a talking donkey.
I mean, it's literally in our fucking intro. Like, that's we reference that in our intro.
I know, that's why I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I can't with you. We have nothing to discuss here. So when Israel came into Canaan, sometimes Moab attacked and ruled over them. Like they had those back and forth moments. And that was described in Judges.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later, Ruth the Moabite was the great grandmother of King David. And David sent his parents to Moab for their protection when Saul was hunting them.
Right.
Remember all that? And
I do.
David had to hide in a cave and...
A lot of caves, actually.
Yeah, and
it was more than one cave.
One time he was close enough to pee on Saul or something.
Well, Saul was peeing, and he was close enough to, like, grab his balls, basically.
Yeah. That was in 1 Samuel.
Right.
So, yeah. When he was king, David fought against and defeated Moab, and that's in 2 Samuel, and they became a vassal kingdom to Israel, sometimes rebelling. And that was... So... They never really disappeared. They just kept being there.
Okay.
And sometimes they would like gain a little bit of power and then Israel would smack them back down.
Right. It's just, it pisses me off a little bit because God always, back when they were talking about getting rid of all these people in Canaan, he was like, kill them all, get rid of them all.
100% across the board.
We commented on it for like multiple, maybe even multiple books. I'm not really sure, but like they just kept popping up.
And we're like, wait a minute. I thought they were gone.
They kind of disappeared for a while in our readings. Yeah. And now here they are again.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, well, so literally never got taken care of, apparently.
Not at all. Not even didn't like kill them except for like one or two that got away.
Right.
Literally, these are flourishing little tribes.
Right.
Like, these are entire cities of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this message was delivered sometime after the destruction of Jerusalem. The Moabites were in the neighborhood of the Ammonites, and whatever evils fell on one would naturally involve the other. So just to give you some perspective on the situation, Moab was one nation that tried to form an alliance with Judah against Babylon.
And that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And even the prophecy against Moab or about Moab was very much like the prophecy for Judah.
Yeah. I hate you, die, and then right at the other end, but you will have remnant save you.
It almost sounded dead on the same prophecy for Judah.
Because they are cousins.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah.
So he's like, I didn't choose you, but I didn't not choose you.
Right.
So I guess you can kind of stay, but mind your P's and Q's, mister. So
they're like the Canada to the United States.
Are they? Or are they
know.
the United States to the Canada?
Well, yeah, however you want to put it. But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think
we'll take you. You can come with us.
Yeah. So the terror of judgment coming upon Moab is what the next few verses are about.
Yeah.
And Moab was super wealthy because important trade routes came through their land. Their treasures made them proud and self-reliant.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Geographically, Moab was more isolated than Israel and Judah, both of which were located on the main trade routes and which were also surrounded by several other kingdoms.
Got it.
Okay. Moab's isolation enabled the city to escape many of the international upheavals, which weakened its neighbors. And so that's why we didn't hear about them for a while, because they were just flourishing over
Doing
there.
Their own thing.
Yeah. And just making money.
Right.
Like, they were like, we got bank.
Sure.
We're good. We don't need to raid you for a few centuries. You'll be fine.
Right. Moreover, other people don't need to raid them because they can just go there and buy their shit and go back and do whatever they need to do.
Exactly. The Moabites were often able to strengthen themselves at their neighbors' expense, though.
Got it.
So I guess they did send out a few raiding parties and be like, oh my God, this yard sale, like I can totally buy this candy dish here for like 10 cents and then sell it for like $5,000 on eBay at Moab.
Right.
Yeah, that's how that went.
Right.
So Chemosh was somebody that was referenced in these early verses of this chapter, and he was the national god of the Moabites and was sometimes used as a representation of the people themselves. So sometimes instead of saying Moab did this, they would say Chemosh did this.
Got it.
So kind of like the way you would talk about the Christians, like their God is Christ or what the fuck ever, right?
Right.
So you would just talk about this tribe by the name of their God.
Sure.
And in their conquest, the Babylonians would take the literal idols of Chemosh and the people of Chemosh into captivity. And the reason that we don't like Chemosh in particular is because the sacrificing of children was an important part of the Chemosh worshiping cult.
Got it.
So God was like, you're gross.
Right.
Stop.
Well, more like other people were like, you guys are gross.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes.
Point taken.
Yes.
Right.
And recall that Solomon married Moabite women.
Right.
Like he married lots of women.
Yeah.
Some of which were Moabites.
Didn't Moses also possibly marry a Moabite?
We
already
talked
covered
about
that. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. But Solomon built an altar to their God. Because remember, he married women from all over.
Yeah.
He was just like trying to make business deals and fuck.
Yeah.
And like he just combined the two.
Yep.
He was the networking king. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I bet that's what he called it too. Networking.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah. So he built an altar to the Moabite god Chemosh, and he erected a high place for Chemosh in Jerusalem.
Oh, wow.
That was in 1 Kings.
Yeah.
And so we did talk about that.
Sure.
And these were all demolished under Josiah's rule, and that was in 2 Kings.
Got it.
So, he like had all these different kinds of altars and ways to practice your religion for all the women that he married.
Yeah.
He brought that home. And then when Josiah took over, he demolished all of that.
Well, it was really funny to me when we were reading those chapters about him, Solomon, that is, and like he was good most of the way through all of the books of Solomon, but then right at the end they just tossed in but he did all these bad things, and here they are, and blah, 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 and he slept with all these women, and he sucks.
And anyway.
And like, yeah, right, and the end.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, shit.
Right? And what I find really funny, too, is that, like, in reading the Bible, we're supposed to hate him and think that he was doing terrible. And I think even at the time, we were kind of led to that way of thinking. But since then, I've been kind of thinking about it, and I'm like, actually, he was a kind of good leader if he was trying to bring all of these different religions and allow people to practice whatever religions that they wanted.
But I don't think we were supposed to hate him. They actually referred to him quite well until that last chapter.
But we were supposed to hate that part of him.
Sure.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And I just, like, don't. You know?
Right.
So I'm like, I'm kind of anti-religion, but also freedom of religion, like freedom from religion, but also freedom of religion.
For sure.
So I think it's kind of cool that he wasn't like, this is the only religion we can practice here. He's like, no, man, I got 500 wives and each one has a religion.
Right.
So I don't know. There's something kind of cool about that.
Yeah.
So whatever. Anyway, in verse 8, they refer to a valley, and that's the Jordan Valley, which touched Moab on the west. Okay. And then we learn in the next few verses about a complacent Moab and how it must be emptied. Okay. So in verse 11, it says, Moab has been at ease from his youth. He has settled on his dregs and has not been emptied from vessel to vessel, nor has he gone into captivity. Therefore, his taste remained in him, and his scent has not changed.
Basically, they haven't been challenged.
Yeah, and the reason I included that was because it, like, in context with everything else, we were like, there was a cup, and there was drinking, and there was this, like, there was too much. And this verse by itself makes sense.
Right.
Like, if you're not reading all the other things around it.
Yeah.
But we got really lost in all of the wine and drink and cup.
Right,
and like,
right.
But yes, this verse in particular is exactly what you said. This refers to the ancient process of refining wine. After fermentation, the wine would sit in a jar or bottle, and all the impurities, the dregs, would settle to the bottom, kind of like coffee grounds in a cup of joe.
Sure.
Okay. And the liquid would then be carefully poured into another vessel, leaving the dregs in the first vessel.
Got it.
And doing this a few times made for a wine with fewer impurities to spoil the taste.
Okay.
So one secret of the corruption of Moab had been that of its comparative ease. So it hadn't been poured from one vessel to another, challenged, like you said, to get rid of those dregs.
Got it.
And as the city lay outside the normal route of the invaders of the Middle East, it was thus rarely disturbed. And Moab's self-renewing riches in its bountiful vineyards and flocks of sheep, along with its lack of conflict with neighboring communities, bred more complacency than character.
It's funny that this, Israel had so much trouble over the years, and yet Moab, who is not under God's purview, seems to have flourished just fine for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And they were even the ones that were sacrificing children and shit.
Yeah.
I think as much as they talked about people who sacrifice children and things like that and idols and what have you, I think it must have really pissed off the Israelites because they seem to harp on it a lot.
Yeah.
They're like, those people over there are doing fine. Why isn't our God treating us as well?
Yeah. And to me, that's a fair question.
Right.
Like,
assuming you believe in God.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, they were maybe, I have to wonder, like, were they really sacrificing children as much as, like, the Bible says they were?
Who knows? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. It just seems like, no, really? I don't know about that.
I can't speak to that because I don't know the answer to that. But obviously they were doing it sometimes.
Right.
And it was enough to make it into the Bible and bother them.
Right.
And to be fair, if there was any child sacrifice going on with any religious cult today, I'd be you wouldn't take but one for me to be disturbed by it. So,
That is true. Yeah. Fair point. So having said all of that, then we move into the calamity that is to come upon Moab. This is where, Jeremiah starts like doing his speechifying about how y'all gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it.
Right.
And so then after he like repeats himself 10 times about how you guys are gonna get it, then we learn the complete nature of the conquest of Moab. Okay. And Jeremiah listed at least 14 specific cities or landmarks in Moab, urging them to humble themselves and prepare for the judgment to come. 14 specific cities or landmarks.
Wow.
That's a lot for like one chapter, one city. Like, I'm just kind of blown away because he mentions like a few here and there in the other chapters.
Right.
So it's interesting that we're talking about Moab, which again was supposed to have been wiped out early on.
Yeah.
And yet here they are. And, Jeremiah like knows them well enough and is comfortable with them and knowledgeable about them enough that he's naming all these different things about them.
Right.
You look like you had something you wanted to add.
No. I've got something I want to interject later that I wanted to look up real quick, so I did that. But
okay.
Yeah, not right at the moment. So.
Okay. So we move on, and then proud Moab thought itself better than Israel, and I mean, kind of they were. Sorry, but except for child sacrifice, they were.
Yeah.
So
right.
Fair enough. But proud Moab is going to be brought low. And then there's going to be mourning for Moab because boo-hoo-hoo,
Right.
And then we get unrelenting judgment, except for it's not unrelenting because then there's a glimmer of hope. So I don't know why it's phrased as unrelenting when, but it relents.
Right.
So fuck off with that.
And when God sort of likes somebody, or let's just be honest, when the prophet who is talking or the people who are talking in the said book like somebody, there's always that glimmer of hope at the end.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to 100% kill you, but 75% only.
Right. And we talked about it during the chapters that we read recently, and that's that the ones that they didn't really care about, they didn't have those glimmers of hope.
No, not at all.
It was only the ones that they did like.
Like Babylon.
Right.
Near the end, hate you forever, die.
Right. Yeah.
Even though we'll get into them, but
right.
Yeah, they don't actually get theirs.
Yeah.
So verse 43 reads, "Fear and the pit and the snare shall be upon you, O inhabitant of Moab, says the Lord. He who flees from the fear shall fall into the pit, and he who gets out of the pit shall be caught in the snare. For upon Moab, upon it, I will bring the year of their punishment, says the Lord." And I remember when we read that I was like, that sounds so goddamn familiar. Like we have read this exact line somewhere.
Right.
Lo and behold, these verses are freely borrowed from the book of Numbers.
Oh.
And they reflect Balaam's earlier oracle against Moab.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
I remember that there was like a snare and a trap and a climb out. And even if you climb out of the trap, you're still stuck in the snare.
Well, that goes to my thinking that these weren't written by Jeremiah or Baruch, and they were written later in like during the Babylonian exile. And it felt like they were written by somebody who was pulling information from
these earlier
books.
Yes,
so,
because they were written in the style of the earlier books.
Right. Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you there.
Yeah.
So verse 47 reads, "Yet I will bring back the captives of Moab in the latter days, says the Lord." And the Moabites were partially restored, but never again to their former glory, and they were eventually swallowed up by Christianity.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So then they went away into history. The end. Bye-bye.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now we are at Jeremiah chapter 49.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And this is the prophecies concerning, are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
The Ammonites, Edom, Damascus, Kedar and Hazor, and Elam.
That's right. It was a bunch of short little snippets inside that last chapter, inside this chapter.
It was.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. This is, I think, the last one because then 50 and 51 are about Babylon. So this will be the last chapter that we're Q&Aing today.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
So let's start with the judgment against Ammon, okay?
Yeah.
The Ammonites lived north of the Moabites on the east side of the Jordan River in what is today Jordan, whose capital today is Amman.
Got it.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
Right.
The punishment of the Ammonites is mainly due to land grabbing or wrongful land acquisition.
Okay.
You know, like all of them.
Right.
But that was specifically their fucking crime.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the first verse, there's this question about the Ammonites having taken Israel's inheritance.
Oh, okay.
And like, I don't know if you recall. So I'm just going to read part of it. Why then does Milcom inherit Gad and his people dwell in its cities?
Yeah, I do remember
that.
Yeah,
what the fuck is all that?
Right.
So the Ammonites occupied land that had been supposedly reserved for the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh.
And I think we talked about that. Like, I think we did mention that. Because I think it did strike me that was one of the tribes that had that land. They were actually on the other side of the Jordan. And so, yeah, but that... Because they were the ones that wanted to stay early on, remember?
Yep.
And then we stopped. Again, there was a lot of tribes we stopped hearing about, but they were one of the first ones we stopped hearing about.
Yes.
So.
Yep. So that's what happened.
Got swallowed up by this. Yeah.
Yes. These people followed Milcom, who was an Ammonite god equivalent to Molech.
Okay. All right.
Marduk was another name that he went by in that area.
It's one more interjection here, because it strikes me that a lot of these things that happened where when their tribes started disappearing for reasons, right? We didn't hear about them. We didn't hear about these things happening.
Right.
All we started hearing about was this general consensus that they were doing wrong in the eyes of God, and we just stopped hearing about them entirely.
Right.
And so it was an easy way to forget about that big deal they made about all these 12 tribes.
Yeah.
Right? And then all of a sudden it's just all Judah.
Yeah.
And Benjamin makes it a little further into it than some of the other tribes, but like it was mostly just Judah.
Yeah.
Right? And I just think it's funny that we then later cover these tribes that got swallowed up by other groups that they never got rid of in the first place that they were supposed to.
Yeah.
And it's not, they're not making any big deal of it. It just happened.
Yeah.
You know, like we're mad at these people because they did this thing to our tribes, but like you were mad at those tribes because they weren't worshiping God correctly. So which is it?
Yeah.
And why didn't we cover this already? Why weren't we talking about this when it happened? Why didn't you write something down about this? I bet you did, but I bet it didn't make it into the Bible.
And gee, I wonder why. So, Marduk, Molech, Milcom, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. He
had been worshipped here with rites of child sacrifice since before the days of Moses.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like, damn.
So this was Canaan. I mean, this was, okay.
So that tracks.
Right.
Right.
Which essentially we've talked about this too, but Canaan is probably where the Israelites came from anyway.
Right.
So, like,
exactly.
It's not, they all kind of spawned from the same thing. This was essentially Israelites were just a different sect of Canaanites. That's all there was to it.
Exactly. So we talk about the coming days of judgment for the Ammonites, and God, through Jeremiah, promised a day when Israel would possess these lands on the eastern side of the Jordan River. It can be argued, of course, that this prophecy is yet to be fulfilled, given that historically this has not taken place.
Right.
I was like, yeah, it's good of you to mention that. Now, apologists come in and they're like, but Revelations, though, which I'm like, sakes. Okay, spoiler alerts, because we're not there yet, but I guess it's yet to come, or what
according to the Christian Bible, and according to the craziest book in the Christian Bible, from what I understand.
Right, exactly.
So, I mean, whatever. You do with that what you will, I guess.
Yeah, totally. So then we talk about the coming captivity and a promise of mercy.
Yeah, right.
Sound familiar?
The standard.
All right, so that was the Ammonites, okay?
Yeah.
Now we're doing the Edomites,
okay?
They were also a cousin nation to Israel.
Sure.
Their founder was Esau, the son of Isaac and twin brother to Jacob.
Wasn't Esau the one that wrestled God in the desert?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes. They also lived in the lands east of the Jordan River and the Dead Sea, toward the south mountains and deserts.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Then we talk about the time of Edom's punishment. And while Judah was being pressed upon by Nebuchadnezzar in 589 to 587 BCE, Edom not only gave assistance, but seems to have collaborated with the Babylonians.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
And so I'm like, oh, interesting.
Okay, so like this is the part that I love. I love the politics.
The political intrigue is your jam.
Right. Yeah. And it makes it that much more likely
that Jeremiah
and Baruch were probably in cahoots with this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Because other nations were too.
Not only other nations, but other nations that are closely related to Israel / Judah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not a far cry to say that somebody important was
several important somebodies, because Jeremiah had some friends in high places.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it totally makes sense that they would be pushing this mantra, this idea.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this did nothing but confirm that further.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
So then we call about a call to trust despite losing everything.
Okay.
Like, you still got to just trust God. He's going to take care of you.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. The cup of judgment for proud Edom, and then the astonishing judgment to come upon Edom. Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever. The end of that. Okay. So I don't know what happens to the Edomites, but
this is another reason I don't believe Jeremiah wrote this shit, is because Jeremiah was all about giving up to the fucking Babylonians.
Yeah.
And if they were helping the Babylonians, then he didn't give a fuck about the Edomites.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Whatever.
Yeah. So we move on to Damascus now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talk about weak Damascus, ready for judgment.
Yeah, there was no coming back for Damascus from what I recall.
Let's talk about them.
Okay.
I have a few more notes on Damascus than the other areas. Okay. Damascus is the famous city of Syria, and it is one of Israel's neighbors to the north.
Sure.
Damascus is one of the oldest continually occupied cities of the world.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Cool.
Very.
It was taken by David in 2 Samuel, then was retaken in the reign of Solomon in 1 Kings, and regained its independence for a time. And the city has been conquered by Assyria in 732 BCE in 2 Kings.
Okay.
So it takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Its kings were often at war with the 10 tribes, and once it joined with them for the destruction of Judah.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah. I kind of vaguely remember something like that happening, actually. There was... I don't remember what book it was in or what chapter or anything, but I remember that there was people that came from those tribes to talk to I can't catch the thread, but I know exactly what I'm thinking of.
There's too many kings and too many cities.
Right, yeah.
And too many skirmishes.
But it was like there was a reference to this, it just wasn't spelled out. Like, right. And I if I can come up with it, I'll try to come up with it and get back to everybody.
Yeah, I just I'm having a hard time, as I always say, putting what we're reading today with what we've already read.
Right.
Because I didn't grasp it fully the first time around.
Sure.
I can see why people read through the Bible more than once, because you read it through once just to get the story, and then you read it again to put all those pieces together.
Right.
It's like watching the movie Memento.
Right.
Like, you watch it once just to have watched it, and then you watch it again going, oh, or like The Sixth Sense.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, not to compare this trash literature with those fine films.
Right.
Because those are good movies, and this is not good at all. Okay, so to defend himself against these powerful enemies, Ahaz made a league with the king of Assyria, who besieged Damascus and demolished it. From that time, we hear nothing of Damascus until we meet with it in this prophecy. So it was another one that we hear about, and then never again until now today.
Right.
And we're like, oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Okay. It appears to have been rebuilt and restored to some consequence. It made an obstinate resistance to Nebuchadnezzar, but was at last taken and sacked by him. At present, it is both a large and populous city with considerable commerce.
Yeah.
And the reference to the sea must be figurative because Syria had no sea coast in ancient times. So suggestions as to the meaning are maybe restlessness or trouble, like, troubled waters kind of thing, like a sea storm, roiling waters, unstable, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we read about Damascus gets defeated but not depopulated. Okay. And scholars have a lot of difficulty fitting this prophecy into any recorded event related to Damascus.
It seems to be an ongoing issue with some of these prophecies in these in this section here.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
This prophecy must have been given early in Jeremiah's career, for his ministry began in 627 BCE, and Babylon's conquest of Assyria occurred only 15 years later in 612 BCE.
Okay, this is bullshit. They're trying so hard to make this a prophecy. It's not a fucking prophecy. It was written in the Babylonian exile.
Yeah,
like that.
Totally.
We talked about this all the way through these sections, and they can apologize all they want to for this shit. But this was not Jeremiah and Baruch writing these things.
No, not at all.
And it sounds, every bit of it sounds like it was written post-exile. Or during exile.
And in the style of the Deuteronomy books, the Deuteronomists.
Yeah, so you will not convince me that these things were written by Baruch or Jeremiah. There's no way. They may have been influenced by, or there may have been a couple of sections that were actually written by them. But for the most part, these things were not written there.
Totally agree, 100%.
Yeah.
So that was that chapter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we're going to move on to the judgment against Kedar and Hazor.
Okay.
Okay. So Kedar describes a tribe of Arabic peoples descended from Ishmael, according to the book of Genesis.
Sure.
Okay. Is Isaiah prophesied against Kedar, a powerful tribe who used to traffic with the Tyrians in cattle.
Wait, did you say Isaiah?
Yes.
What about it? Say that one more time.
Isaiah prophesied against Kedar, a powerful tribe who used to traffic with the Tyrians in cattle.
Why are we talking about Isaiah?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay. The Kedar peoples were nomadic, and you know what? I wonder if I did that. I wonder if I accidentally wrote Isaiah instead of Jeremiah. That could totally have been what happened. So let's just pretend that says Jeremiah.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure how much. Are you sure you didn't look up the wrong thing, or
no?
Okay.
I'm fairly certain, actually, that I can kind of recall that it said he blah 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 blah, and that I typed the name so that I would remember the note.
Yeah.
And so I'm pretty sure that I typed Isaiah instead of Jeremiah, because we've done that a few times, because Isaiah kept being there.
All right.
Yeah. So, Jeremiah prophesied against Kedar, a powerful tribe who used to traffic with the Tyrians in cattle. Okay. The Kedar peoples were nomadic and they lived in tents. They kept flocks of sheep and they were shrewd traders. Okay. So then we get into a word against Kedar and Hazor.
Okay.
Okay. So they reference a third group. I don't know if you recall that. And we were like, a third group, third people. What are you talking about?
Right.
Okay. There is no consensus on whether the third group is actually just referencing them.
Yeah.
Or if it's an actual separate third group of people. But some think that they were the people of the East, and they are known in other parts of the Old Testament. And these people are associated with Midianites and Amalekites, and they are nomadic groups who raided Israelite territory in the days of Judges.
Got it.
Okay. So I think it's probably they're talking about these other tribes that lived in the East.
Yeah.
Okay. They talk about conquest and plunder, and that's why they're going to get it, and there's no reprieve for them.
Got it.
We hate them or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we move on to Elam. Okay, the Elamites.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elam is the ancient names for some of the peoples of Persia in modern-day Iran.
Okay.
The Persians were, at first, allies to the Babylonians, and later they conquered the Babylonian Empire.
Oh, so is this that other group that maybe they talked about? Is the Persians the other northern whatever, possibly?
Yes, kind of, yes.
All right.
This prophecy is about their eventual conquest and fall, which we're going to get to.
Got it. Yeah.
So Elam is going to be conquered and scattered. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
And they were a powerful kingdom more than 200 miles east of Babylon.
Okay.
And that was the most distant nation referred to by Jeremiah.
Got it.
Okay. That was kind of a big deal.
Sure.
Susa, the ancient capital of Elam, now known as Shush, is close to 1,000 miles east of Jerusalem on modern roads.
Wow.
For an idea of just how far-reaching and problematic Babylon's imperialism was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that was far-reaching.
Right. So this news started coming in, and they're like, Jesus.
Yeah. They're like, what the fuck?
Right.
What's a Babylon?
Right.
Yeah. So Isaiah, see, I did it again. Isaiah, supposed to be
And I did
Jeremiah.
look it up. You are correct. This is Jeremiah, but you didn't write it down correctly.
I didn't.
So.
And I apologize. So I don't know. It just happens.
Yeah.
I do a thing.
Right.
So Jeremiah makes a reference to the role of Elam's powerful, skilled archers in the conquest of Jerusalem, where they served as allies to the Babylonians.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the message concerning the ancient kingdom of Elam came at the beginning of Zedekiah's reign. And at that time, Zedekiah was trying to form an alliance with other nations west of Babylon with the aid of resisting the spread, or with the aim of resisting the spread of Babylon's power.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So they were like, stop those fuckers.
Right.
And that didn't happen.
Right.
So Elam is supposed to be going under disaster and under mercy in the latter days.
Okay.
So we like them. They get to have a remnant, glimmer of hope, all that.
That's nice
so
for them.
This is one of those things where the Babylonians never conquered Elam. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
And when compared with other prophecies of Jeremiah against foreign nations, this one against Elam does not mention Nebuchadnezzar, but refers only to enemies in general. So
Got it.
That's how they're able to say, no, it's still yet to come.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
History records that Elam later became part of Persia, which in turn conquered Babylon.
Okay.
So not only didn't Elam...
Right. They were part of the group that conquered.
Like, Opposite.
Right.
So
okay.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So that wraps up part 1 of the unit about the oracles to the other nations.
Just so you are aware, part 1 lasted about an hour.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that was a lot of information.
I'm so glad that we broke this up.
Yeah. With the amount of time you were taking research and all this stuff, and I was like, is this going to be like a 3-hour fucking episode?
It would have been.
Yeah. I was like, we have to do something. We can't just not do our podcast because you can't stop finding information. So.
Well, okay, but you can see how this keeps going and going and going. Yeah.
I do have a question though.
Yes.
So, you know how when we came across that magic spell that's coming up in the next Q&A that we're going to do, that's part 2, basically.
Yes. In chapter 51.
Yeah, and magic spell / curse, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a person that we want to interview at some point, and we probably will in the near future. And he's a former pastor of ours who actually married us and is now an atheist.
Which is interesting enough.
Yeah. So that's fantastic. And this individual, which I, for now, will leave unnamed, they studied quite a bit of biblical history and they know a lot of things. So anyway, long story short.
They're very versed in Judaism and Christianity.
Right. Yes. Very. And so I reached out to them about this and my idea about what had happened. And got some positive feedback on it, which made me very happy because we could not find information directly anywhere about what
was that a magic spell?
Right? Yeah. But there were some things mentioned about Zoroastrianism and different things like that, and I'm hoping that maybe you're covering some of that aspect of it when we get to that.
We will see.
Okay, all right. I mean, okay, because I that's the part that I'm like, what?
I know
this
you're
is so
chomping
cool.
at the bit.
Yeah.
So that concludes our part 1 Q&A for these weird chapters in this unit.
Yeah.
The next part 2 will cover chapters 50, 51, and 52.
Sure.
And that will be all about Babylon and that weird postscript. And then we will talk about the unit as a whole.
And magic spells.
And hopefully magic spells.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I know. I hear you.
All right.
I hear you.
All right. So that was our Q&A for today.
Yes, it was.
And
not on Saturday.
Not on Saturday. I'm not even going to try to attempt to even say what's going to be happening in the near future.
I know, because I fucked this all up.
So. Hypothetically, we'll be back tomorrow-ish
with part 2.
Point with part 2. Although I'm releasing this late on the night that we're putting it out because we have been so far behind. So,
right.
Yeah, we've got another episode coming in at some point very soon.
Yes.
And that's the best I can say right now because there's so much fucking information.
There is. Which makes it interesting and fun. This is what we do.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But that being said, we'll see you guys.
Yep. Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what the fuck we're doing today?
We are running way the fuck behind. And so we did a part 1 yesterday-ish.
I don't know.
I don't know, like a day and a half. I don't even fucking know.
Whenever it went out.
But like you have been overwhelmed with research.
Yeah.
And so everything has gone haywire with the end of Jeremiah.
I'll never ever do this again. Put 5 chapters, a wrap up, and an additional project all on myself at the same time, because that's kind of what happened.
Right. Yeah.
I'll never do that again.
Well, I mean, the Q&A ended up being way more in depth than we have ever had.
Because the Q&A covered 5 chapters.
And they were really weird. They are really weird. They are really different. There's a lot of things about them that we got to cover.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have chapters that it's just like we're stretching to try to figure anything out to talk about.
Yeah.
Not this time.
No,
we did an hour episode the last time for part 1.
And yeah, that was 49, 50, no, wait, no. What? 46, 47, 48, and 49.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, today we're doing, what was it again?
We're finishing up the Q&A for Jeremiah, chapters 50 and 51, which cover the oracle to the nations. And these 2 are particularly with regard to Babylon.
And magic.
And then finishing up with chapter 52, which is just a little epilogue.
Got it. All right, sounds good. You ready to get into this?
Yes. Okie dokie.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So here we are jumping into the end of Jeremiah.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
We're going to start with Jeremiah chapter 50. And this is one of those chapters that's part of the series of oracles against foreign nations.
Right.
And that whole bit consists of chapters 46 through 51. But 50 and 51 are the nation in question is Babylon.
Got it.
So we decided to do those 2 together.
And that's what I mean, like all of Jeremiah was focused on Babylon. So
right.
I mean, this is the big one, right? You know?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Now, I do want to point out that oracles against the nations is in notes abbreviated OAN.
Okay.
And I just thought I'd put that out there because isn't that one of Trump's fucking channels? OAN?
I mean, is it a right wing? leaning channel.
Yeah.
I think that's
one of those Fox News offshoot bullshittery.
Yeah. I've literally never watched it, so I don't even know for sure, but it sounds like that might be.
I just think it's funny because I'm pretty sure that one of those channels is called OAN.
Yeah, yeah.
But OAN also means Oracles Against the Nations.
Maybe that's where it spawned from.
I have no idea.
No, who knows?
I don't know. I just thought it was interesting.
Right.
So, all right. So in this chapter, we talked about Babylon getting conquered and Israel and Judah getting restored.
Right.
Okay.
As you do.
As you do.
Always.
Right. Always. There's always that glimmer of hope. I'm going to step on you, but I'll leave one of your toes unbroken.
Right.
So let's talk about the conquest of Babylon and the humiliation of her idols. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
It is characteristic of Jeremiah that threatened calamity should come from the north. First, the Scythians and then the Babylonians, whereas here the Persians or the Medes are the likely culprits. So always there were people coming from the north.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Medes, who formed the chief part of the army of Cyrus, lay to the north or northeast of Babylon.
Okay.
Okay. So that's when he's like, Babylon gonna get it. That's who he's talking about.
Got it.
The Medes and the Persians.
Okay.
Right. So,
and they did eventually get conquered by the Persians, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Babylonians did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But their walls never fell, which is a big deal.
Right. Yeah.
Because that was part of the whole prophecy.
Sure.
And so then apologists are like, yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me whether or not the prophecy actually came true with regard to these battles or not, because so many different groups of people were falling and taking over, and I mean, just there was all kinds of shit happening back then.
Okay, but I do want to put it out, and I agree with you 100%. Also, because prophecy is bullshit.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I do agree with you 100%, but I do want to put out there also. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Babylon is mentioned again and is prophesied against again in the book of Revelation.
Okay.
So Christians are like, no, they're still going to get theirs. It's to come. Just keep watching. 2,000 years later, keep watching.
But it's funny to me, though, that wasn't 2,000 years later, though, for the Bible writings.
No. But at the end of the book of Revelation, like, that was a long time ago.
Right,
and
okay.
We're waiting, like, the book of Revelation has these prophecies just, like, on hold.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, does that make sense?
I think so. So I don't know the history of it, and I'm not sure that you researched this or not, probably.
No, other than that in the notes, every time it said, well, this prophecy from Jeremiah never came true. Yeah. And then Christian apologists would come right in with their thing. Yeah, but it didn't come true yet, because we see it come up again in the book of Revelation that Babylon is going to fall.
Okay.
And its walls will fall and it's going to get crushed totally, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I mean, there certainly isn't a Babylon now.
Right.
And whether its walls fell or not is kind of irrelevant in the grand scheme of prophecies, because prophecies are
trash
bullshit to begin with.
Yes.
So
I'm trying to put it out there because you said it's irrelevant, and yes, it is. I agree with you. But it also is a little bit relevant in that we're going to circle back around to this.
Got it.
Eventually.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to put out.
All right.
Okay. Verse 2 of chapter 50 of Jeremiah says, Babylon is taken. Bel is shamed. Merodach is broken in pieces. Her idols are humiliated. Her images are broken in pieces. Now, the Hebrew word used here is indelicate. Like, it's very rude. It actually translates to balls of excrement. Shit balls, if you will. It is applied...
Dingleberries, maybe?
Could be.
Sure.
It is applied to pagan idols in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, 1 Kings, and several other places, apparently.
Got it.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know. Okay?
Right, yeah.
Now, Bel, where it says that Bel is shamed...
Yeah.
That in Hebrew meant Lord, okay? And that was the title, not name, of the storm god Enlil. And when Marduk became head of the Babylonian pantheon in the second millennium BCE, he received the designation of Bel also.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
just like head dude.
Yeah.
Got it.
Head god.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we talked about the restoration of Israel and Judah. And since the Judeans will by this time have humbly repented before God, the downfall of Babylon will give them the opportunity to return to the land where their ancestors once lived.
I see.
Okay.
And God knew that by then they'll have humbly repented.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And there's never going to be a problem with them ever
again.
Ever worshiping another idol ever again.
Right. And the Asherah poles are all gone.
I call bullshit.
I do as well. I do as well. When Cyrus of Persia conquered Babylon in 539 BCE, he promptly gave permission to the Jews to return, and that was mentioned in Second Chronicles.
Yeah, I remember that actually. They really liked Cyrus, so
yeah,
he was a cool dude for them.
Yeah. Yeah, so just a reminder there of kind of putting this all back together
well,
again.
And just to put it in years, like it was, I think, 577 or whatever, 578 BCE, when Babylon conquered the Israelites. So that would put that about 40, 50 years later.
Right.
When the Persians came in and conquered them.
And that's where they get their 70 years somehow.
Sure, yeah, whatever.
I'm not sure how all that math works, but whatever.
I doubt it does, exactly.
Right.
It works close enough, maybe.
There have been people that have stretched it, saying, well, you have to include this domination period where the skirmishes hadn't happened, but the visitations had,
yeah, whatever. I mean, there was a whole period of time when Egypt was basically running them, and then Babylon came in and started running them. And yes, you could maybe start counting from whenever you want to make it 70 years. But no, when they fucking burnt the goddamn temple down, that's when we should start. And when the Babylonians fell, that's when we should end.
Sure.
And I bet that doesn't fucking add up.
Well, you can take into account that there were 3 different waves of Babylon taking people from Judah.
Right. But they never, fully conquered it. They just were like, no, we're asserting our power here. But
they did insert a puppet king in Zedekiah.
They did. Sure.
I mean, would that not count as, do you have to smash buildings to conquer?
I don't know.
And that's where we get into it. What is the specific date? You know?
But they weren't in exile yet. So
but if you asked that first round of people that got kidnapped, I guarantee you they'd be like, yeah, we're starting it from this day.
All right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I guess.
I'm not trying to argue
but it was a very low amount of people is all I was saying.
Right.
So, I mean, the vast majority of Israelites didn't get conquered until the 578, 577 timeframe.
They still thought of themselves as the city that they were.
Right.
So, yeah I'll go with you there.
Right.
All right, so then we talked about fleeing from Babylon under attack. Okay. And verse 9 reads, "For behold, I will raise and cause to come up against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country." Okay. Now the army of Cyrus was composed of Medes, Persians, Armenians, Caduceans, Sakai, etc. Although all these did not necessarily come from the north individually, even so, they were arranged under the Medes, who did come from the north with regard to Babylon.
Got it.
Okay, that's a lot of fucking nations. They were like, we're done with you.
Right.
We want you to fall down.
Yeah.
So then we talk about the actual fall of Babylon being the vengeance of the Lord. Okay.
All right.
Now, Cyrus captured Babylon by diverting the Euphrates River into a trench. The Persians attacked Babylon so unexpectedly that when the outer areas of the city had already been taken, those in the center did not even realize that they were captured.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They were still partying.
Yeah.
It has troubled some scholars that Jeremiah predicted the violent destruction of Babylon, whereas its defeat by Cyrus in 539 BCE took place without a battle and with no damage to the city. And that just harkens back to what we were saying.
Yeah.
Can you really call that a sack if not a building fell?
No.
So
I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, like I said, I don't feel like these things are. And moreover, I don't think that a lot of the stuff was written when they say it was when we're supposed to believe it was written.
Right.
You know, So I don't know how I feel about all that.
It's really hard to assign a specific start and stop date to any skirmishes, battles, and wars.
Right, but specifically, like, so we went through all of... This is what bothered me with this last section of books, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or chapters, I mean. Was that we went through all of Jeremiah,
mm-hmm.
and there was not really a real bad word said about Babylon the entire time. It was just about Israel and what they were doing wrong and mm-hmm. what was going to happen to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was all we ever heard. And then we get to these last books that are not written in the same vein, style, or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, yeah, Babylon's going to fall. And I'm like, okay.
Fuck
so
a Babylon.
You already know that, and you're just sticking this in Jeremiah because it sounds good and it's a quote-unquote prophecy?
Right.
That's where I struggle with this whole... It doesn't fit.
Right.
It doesn't fit.
I totally agree. So then we move on to God saying he will pardon and preserve Israel, because that's what always happens.
Right, of course.
So the northern kingdom of Israel had been conquered by Assyria,
yep.
and then Assyria by Babylon, so that the exiled people of Israel, as well as those of Judah, eventually came back together under Babylon's power.
Oh, okay.
Interesting,
yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that totally makes sense.
Right.
So... per Jeremiah's prophecy, now Babylon will fall, and Israel and Judah will then return to their land a united and forgiven people.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then we get into Babylon's slaughter. Verse 21 says, "Go up against the land of Merathaim, against it, and against the inhabitants of Pekod. Waste and utterly destroy them, says the Lord."
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Merathaim and Pekod were real locations in Babylon. Ironically, those place names sounded like the Hebrew words for double rebellion, or rebel of rebels, and punishment, or land of doom.
Okay.
All right. That's fun.
Right.
Okay. And then verse 27 says, "Slay all her bulls, let them go down to the slaughter." Okay. The bulls were once sacrificed to the idols of Babylon, and then they would be destroyed in the supposed impending slaughter to come upon Babylon.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah.
That's interesting.
Right.
Okay. So then we talk about proud Babylon being repaid and Israel's strong redeemer. Then we go into the sword against Chaldea, the complete nature of Babylon's destruction from the north, and the counsel of the Lord against Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all in chapter 50.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we move on to chapter 51, which is your favorite.
It is definitely my favorite. Yeah.
Because
magic. And curses and whatever the fuck's going on there. Yeah.
So chapter 51 is about the Lord's judgment on Babylon. And this is the last chapter of the series of oracles against the nations.
Okay.
And here we go.
Okay. Yeah.
The prophecy of Jeremiah continues from the previous chapter. And we hear about a destroying wind against Babylon.
Right.
Verse 1 reads, "Behold, I will raise up against Babylon, against those who dwell in Leb-Kamai, a destroying wind." Now, Leb-Kamai, which is literally the midst of those who rise up against me, means Chaldea.
Okay.
And it's cryptically written using that @bash thing that I talked about before, the cipher, where it's monoalphabetic substitution, where, the first letter of the one is the last letter of the other.
Sure.
And that, then the second one is the second to last letter.
Yeah.
And the use of the @bash was to disguise the identity of the adversary, who would, in the context of the exile, particularly in the early period of the exile, seem to make historical sense. Like, this would make sense that they would do this when they were talking about it. But one would wonder why a writer would introduce the device at this point when Babylon had been referred to already.
Right.
Which kind of, goes to when was all this shit written?
Doesn't that lend to them being in exile with Babylon? Because if they're writing it in a cipher, right, they're maybe disguising it because they are already in captivity of Babylon.
That's what I'm saying, though. It makes the order that all of these chapters were written in, and the time period and who wrote it makes that all questionable.
Right.
Even more so than it already was.
Sure.
Because if they're using that system, they're using it for a reason.
Yeah.
And they're trying to keep it in code that they're talking about Babylon fucking sucks.
Right. And moreover, if we say that this was written during the Babylonian exile, right? There's no evidence that we have. In fact, there's strong evidence against it that Jeremiah made it to that point. You know, like he probably died prior to that and or ran away somewhere.
Exactly.
So there's not a lot of evidence of him being in the exile.
Exactly.
So
yeah, there's a lot of evidence, like you said, that points to the fact that he probably died out there in the desert.
Right. So if
Egypt.
If in fact this was written during the exile or after the exile, whichever, obviously it probably was not written by Jeremiah.
Exactly.
Which, you know, goes along with a lot of what I've been thinking too.
Makes a lot of sense.
Right.
So then we move on to fleeing from a fallen Babylon. And verse 8 says, Babylon has suddenly fallen and been destroyed. Wail for her. Take balm for her pain. Perhaps she may be healed. Okay, so in this, quote unquote, Jeremiah, because we've just decided that Jeremiah didn't write this.
Yeah, right.
But Jeremiah was sarcastically mocking Babylon here. The nations would obviously not wail over the empire that had made them suffer.
Right.
And would have no interest in a balm for its pain or healing.
Right.
So we wondered, like, what the fuck that meant. It was sarcasm.
Sure.
And they didn't have the /s to denote the tone that we all know and use liberally in our texts now, because we understand that you cannot always catch tone and meaning in the written word.
Yeah.
So then we move on to the vengeance of God against Babylon. Okay. And verse 11 reads, make the arrows bright, gather the shields. The Lord has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. And here, Jeremiah is envisioning the coming battle against Babylon through the kings of the Medes. Okay. So this was like a vision where he's like, this is what's going to happen. And the Medes lived in northwest Iran in the general region of the modern Iranian Kurdistan. Okay.
Yeah.
They were allied with Babylon in the destruction of Nineveh in 612 BCE. But later they joined the Persians to defeat Babylon in 539 BCE.
Right. But if that didn't happen, so like we're the Bible is trying to say Jeremiah prophesies this, right? That these people were going to do this thing and join with these other people to defeat Babylon, right?
Right.
That's not what happened. Like this is totally written
after
closer. This is closer to the end of Babylon or after the end of Babylon, one of the two.
Yeah.
There's no way. Like, I mean, okay, look. Let's just agree on one thing. I know you'll agree with me on this. Prophecy did not happen in the Bible.
Of course. Prophecy did not happen anywhere ever.
And specifically, when they get very specific about the fucking enemies, you know that it was written either during or after the fact.
Yeah.
Like there's no way that this wasn't written at that point.
Right.
So this is definitely written much later than the rest of Jeremiah.
Yes.
So, okay, I'm sorry. I'm just harping on that because
it matters.
It really, really fucking matters. And it matters for the context of a lot of the things that are in this chapter too.
So the Medes and the Persians are linked together. For example, the mother of Cyrus the Persian was a Mede.
Got it.
So they are intertwined at this point.
Sure.
Okay. So then we talk about the power of Yahweh, and it gets contrasted with empty idols. And then we read about bringing many kingdoms against Babylon. Okay. And verse 27 says, set up a banner in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call the kingdoms together against her, Ararat, Mini, Ashkenaz, appoint a general against her, cause the horses to come up like the bristling locusts. Okay. This was a call to sanctify and call together the various nations to wage their sacred war against Babylon.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The three specified kingdoms were in the area of present-day Armenia and were part of the empire of the Medes, which spread in a great arc to the north of Babylon's dominions.
Okay. Yep.
Verse 32 reads, the passages are blocked, the reeds they have burned with fire, and the men of war are terrified. So the reedy swamps or marshes were a result of the Euphrates overflowing, because remember, they had blocked it.
Oh,
okay?
right. Yeah.
And so then they set all that shit on fire.
Okay.
And that's kind of how they were able to say that it's burning.
Yeah.
And so, that wasn't prophesized. Y'all saw that or heard the story about it. Yeah. So one thing that's interesting to note here is that this prophecy might have allowed the Babylonians to be forewarned and thus forearmed against Cyrus's stratagem, right? You would think they'd be like, maybe we should check this out and not leave so many reeds lying around to be burnt, right?
Right.
But they appear to have dismissed it and taken no preemptive action because it didn't happen like that.
Right.
That right there is, to me, the ultimate proof.
Yeah,
right?
among many other things. But
right.
I mean,
but the practicality of it is that if this had been put out there that this was a way that your city can be overtaken, and you hear about that shit, you are going to take some precautions like, oh, well, maybe y'all ain't going to do it, but somebody might try it now that they've read how to do it. I'm not going to leave reeds lying around to get burned so y'all can have a fire circle around my fucking city.
Sure, but even before we get to the fact that they're knowing things that they definitely didn't know without seeing it or knowing it, because they were there.
Right.
Without even that, I mean, just when we were reading the chapter without doing any of the studying, the style of this chapter alone was enough for me to say, no, this was not.
No, this is
not Jeremiah.
This is somebody emulating a Deuteronomist style writing and then claiming to be Jeremiah, and then at the end said, these were totally what Jeremiah told me to write.
And keep in mind too that that's not an uncommon thing in the Bible or in those times.
Yeah, I was going to say in literature of that time at all.
A lot of people would take the name of somebody more famous to get their writings pushed out there. Yeah. And it was kind of almost an accepted practice from what I've gathered. So.
Yeah, well, and also it was a sign of respect that this person was he was an accepted source of information, and so you weren't usurping his name. You were helping to add to the story that he was already telling. Right. So it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that this guy did this, whoever this guy is. But it can... No, the bad thing is that apologists today know that that was a common practice, and they're ignoring that fact and saying, no, it says Jeremiah, he totally wrote it. And it's like, I'm a dumb ass in my fucking living room, and I know that that is not true. Right. So I know that you, sir, also know that that's not true. Right. So that's all. Yep. All right, so then we move on to the threshing of Babylon as they had threshed Zion. Okay? Yep. And Babylon was like lambs to the slaughter. Right. Okay, and verse 39 says, in their excitement, I will prepare their feasts. I will make them drunk that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep and not awake, says the Lord. Okay. So due to the great size of the city, the outskirts were captured without the people in the center knowing anything about it, which we already said. Right. There was a drunken festival going on, and they continued to dance and enjoy themselves until they learned the news the hard way. And many revelers retired to rest and never awoke because they were slain in their beds, which is what that sleep of perpetual sleep meant. So they went out partying, dancing, ate, drank, enjoyed the pretzel festival.
So this is very detailed as to the actual occurrences that maybe did happen as far as what we know.
And that's what makes it interesting.
So that definitely lends more and more to than after the Babylonian exile.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Yeah. That kind of chilled me. You go to a party, you come home and go to sleep and you're like drunk and hungover, but that's okay. You never wake up.
Right. Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, at least you died happy, ?
Sure.
If you never knew it was coming and you died in your sleep.
Right.
The last thing you knew was a drunken party.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So moving on, the next thing we get is to punishing Babylon and her idols. And verse 41 says, oh, how Shishak is taken. And I forgot we had read about this before. Shishak is Babylon, and that's again using that Atbash cipher code thing. Okay. And the defenses of Babylon were compromised when she was conquered by the Medes and the Persians. So in a symbolic sense, apologists say the wall of Babylon did fall, but that's like a...
Yeah, sure.
But it didn't, though.
Right. Okay. Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. If you wanted to look at it with symbolism, like you could take it as meaning this.
But physically, to be clear, the walls never actually fell.
No, I got you. You. Yeah.
So, moving on. Babylon that plundered the Lord's house will now be plundered itself. Ooh.
You mean the plundering that they did at the behest of God?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
So verse 53 reads, though Babylon were to mount up to heaven, and though she were to fortify the height of her strength, yet from me plunderers would come to her, says the Lord. Mm-hmm. And this is an allusion to the Tower of Babel, where it says it was mounted up to heaven.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Right. Which was constructed as a defense and in defiance against God back in Genesis.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're saying that Babylon is just like the Tower of Babel.
Got it.
Which is, you know, ha 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 ha.
Right.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
So then we talk about Babylon's broken walls, which were never broken.
Sure.
More. Okay. Then we get to the postscript of this chapter.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're still in chapter 51.
Okay. Yeah.
And we talk about Zedekiah's visit to Babylon. And I have a little bit of notes here. Okay.
Zedekiah or is it
Zedekiah.
Okay.
Okay. Because Jeremiah sent Zedekiah to say all this shit.
I thought it was Sariah.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. Zedekiah is the king guy, the puppet king. Yeah. Right. No, this is Zedekiah's visit to Babylon.
Okay.
And Jeremiah sent Sariah with Zedekiah.
Okay.
Sorry, I got confused there.
No, you're fine.
So Jeremiah sent Sariah with Zedekiah to Babylon. Okay.
Yeah.
So this was not a year when Babylon came against Judah, but instead an earlier time when Zedekiah and neighboring kings had plotted a rebellion against Babylon while she seemed weakened. Okay. This journey of Zedekiah to Babylon is not recorded anywhere else and was likely an attempt to make things right with Nebuchadnezzar after the aborted plot in which Zedekiah seems to have been implicated. So the king's like, I'm your puppet. I didn't do anything. Why are you mad at me, Nebuchadnezzar?
Right.
So Nebuchadnezzar's quote-unquote intelligence, his little FBI agents, got wind of impending plans. And I'm thinking like, probably from fucking Jeremiah, who was playing double agent, right?
Yeah.
And thus some explanation was needed.
Sure.
He's like, Lucy, I need an explanation.
Right.
And then Nebuchadnezzar's like, so come tell me.
Yeah.
And then Zedekiah's like, I don't know. So Zedekiah's summons to Babylon was undoubtedly to assess dude's loyalty.
Got it.
Okay. Likely because of reports that envoys of 5 neighboring states had been conferring with him at Jerusalem. So Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon is like my guy, my puppet king, sweet love child Zedekiah. I heard that 5 different kings were visiting you. Would you like to come up here to Babylon and explain yourself, sir?
Well, and I have to point something out here too. It's not explicitly said, but like the fact that Jeremiah, you kind of alluded to it, but the fact that Jeremiah is being sent, the fact that Jeremiah is sending Sariah and Zedekiah down to Nebuchadnezzar kind of lends to the fact that he might work for the Babylonians. So,
further evidence.
And you did say that already, but I just wanted to reiterate that because it almost seems like he was the one in charge of handling some of this.
I wonder what the summons said, because do you think Nebuchadnezzar would be like, get your ass up here, sir, because I heard that 5 kingdoms visited you? Or do you think that his letter would be like, dear puppet king Zedekiah, I have a very important thing to discuss with you. Please get your ass up here. You know what you did.
Or, the better way to do it would be to tell Jeremiah, like Nebuchadnezzar could send something to Jeremiah and say, hey, could you figure out a way to get Zedekiah to come see me?
Big Z.
And then Jeremiah talks to him and says, hey, maybe you should go do this to smooth things over, and and then I'm gonna send Sariah with you because I need him to do something too.
Exactly.
And then maybe you guys can fix all this.
Exactly.
Again, could fall in line with his double agent bullshit.
Either way,
right? Yeah.
Like Jeremiah knew.
Again, yeah. I will never not believe that.
Yeah, he was a total double agent.
Yeah.
At him and his boys, his squad.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeremiah sent a copy of all of these prophecies. So these last 2 chapters.
Yeah.
Okay. So 50 and 51.
Right.
He sent all of those prophecies against Babylon with Sariah, who was a Judean quartermaster taken to Babylon in exile with Zedekiah, king of Judah.
Okay.
And he sent those to be read to the exiles in Babylon. So he didn't send them to be read to the Babylonians.
Right.
He sent the prophecies to be read in front of the exiles up there.
Right, the Israelites.
Yeah, to tell them, Babylon's going to fall, be ready to run.
Sure.
Which is interesting to me.
Right.
It's like he's, again, a double agent. He's playing fucking both sides.
But this would have been back in like the almost 580s or something like that. I can't remember exactly when they sent.
Earlier.
Yeah, earlier. So like this would have been earlier on before they even sacked Jerusalem.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, this is weird.
So weird.
Like he's sending stuff that we know for a fact was not written by Jerry. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing is just so weird and not correct.
None of it goes together. Yeah. And I'm like, maybe you sent something, but it wasn't this because you were telling them, okay, when you get my signal, exiles up there, get ready to run.
Right.
And then like the signal never came, so they never got ready to run.
I feel like Jeremiah became a legend. And then to solidify that legend, they started creating some other stories after the fact.
Yes.
Right? Like that's maybe what happened.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Right.
So we have to ask, though, I'm sorry, Sariah was what? A quartermaster. What the fuck is that?
Oh, I know what a quartermaster is.
What is a quartermaster?
It's somebody who manages all the supplies and stuff. So, yeah.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, I knew that, but...
Sure.
I know what it is logistically, speaking, but let's talk about it in the terms of what they meant by it. Okay. As quartermaster, he was the staff officer responsible for looking after the comfort of the king of Judah whenever he stopped for the night.
Okay.
So necessarily...
literally he was in charge of his quarters.
Yes. So not necessarily like general supplies, but no. Just supplies for the king, y'all.
Sure.
I'm here to make sure his chamber pot is pretty, not yours.
Got it.
Yeah. So Jeremiah gave a copy of the prophecy to Sariah because he did not go to Babylon himself. And then Jeremiah ended his days in Egypt. Womp, womp. Or maybe, wherever he went.
Right.
We've talked about that before. Yeah. So then there's a graphic illustration of Babylon's coming judgment. And that is the end of that chapter. Okay?
Wait.
What?
I thought that was the chapter with the magic.
Well, the whole chapter was magic. That was chapter 51. The whole thing was this big chanty magic spell.
Right.
But I was just reading you the points in it of what happened. So let's talk about magic.
Okay.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
All right.
Okay. Let me scroll down here. Okay. So magic. And that's what that whole chapter, like the way that we just went through it, it's like, yeah, that was total Bible stuff, blah, 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 verses, nonsense, things, history. Right. But as we were actually reading the verses, the way it read was as a chant or as something like a scene from Beowulf or as like a curse.
Right.
And that's what you are talking about.
Well, and specifically it was verses 60 through 64 that I was, that caught my attention.
Yes.
So, because that's the ones where they literally tell him to do this thing and then to tie it to a rock and throw it into the Euphrates.
Yeah. So he tells Sariah, when you get there, read all this shit out loud.
Yeah.
And then wrap it around a rock, bind it that way, and throw that whole thing into the Euphrates River. And then apologists come along later and be like, that was totally to show what's going to happen to Babylon. And I'm like, that would totally make sense, except that we just now clarified that he wasn't reading that to the Babylonian leaders.
Right.
He was reading that to the Jewish exiles.
Yeah.
So why would he be symbolizing to the exiles? Like, no, that's stupid.
Right.
That's not what happened. Stop.
Yeah. He's not sending the message to Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
He's He's doing a fucking curse.
Yes.
Amongst his people.
Yes. So let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
So defensive or legitimate magic in Mesopotamia, which was like that whole swath of area land stuff, okay?
Yeah, right.
It's kind of like the generic term that we use. Like today we would say, the Middle East. And we mean like this whole big swath of land that none of us really knows all the countries that are quote unquote in the Middle East. We don't really know like how far it butts up against China or goes down into India. Like we don't know any of that stuff, right? We just say Middle East.
Sure.
And we're just I'm not talking about people like
no,
you
I know.
who read the news and know maps.
Right.
I'm talking about like normal people.
Yeah.
That don't have a fucking clue.
Right. It's just
like
how
me.
we refer to that area.
That
over
whole area over there is the Middle East. It used to be called Mesopotamia.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So, defensive magic in Mesopotamia were incantations and ritual practices intended to alter specific realities.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, that tracks. Okay. The ancient Mesopotamians believed that magic was the only viable defense against demons, ghosts, and evil sorcerers. So, I'm not saying that they thought that it was demons, ghosts, and evil sorcerers, but they did think that Babylon was bad.
Right. Well, and I kind of commented on this before, and it's something that's been in my mind, is that they weren't necessarily doing the exact same thing that the Babylonians were doing with regard to their magic and curses and things like that. But they did, at this point, based on what we think about what's going on in this chapter, they had been living amongst the Babylonians and probably picked up some of their practices, or at least were around them enough to absorb some of it.
Sure.
So
sure. Like, this spell seems to work. Let's use this spell, but replace our god's name so that we're doing it to our god, not their god.
Sure.
So, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
The ancient Mesopotamians also used magic intending to protect themselves from evil sorcerers who might place curses on them. And this kind of sounded like, chapter 51 sounded like both a curse against Babylon, a manifestation of this is what we want to happen to Babylon, but also a protection spell of, and we want them gone because we want to be free.
Sure.
So it's kind of like all of those things together.
Right.
Okay. Right. Now, curses were typically enacted in secret, whereas a defense spell against sorcery was conducted in the open in front of an audience, if possible. Right. Which is very interesting because he specifically told him, go up there and read this to those fucking exiles.
Yeah.
Read it out loud.
Right.
Before you do these other wrap it up and toss it things. Yeah. So the concept of magic was intimately linked with the spoken and written word, which Wiccans would probably tell you it still is today. I don't know.
Sure.
The act of speaking a ritual formula was an act of creation. There is a sense in which action and speech were one and the same thing. So by speaking these things, they are bringing it into being. Existence. Sure. Yes. The magical powers of words extended, of course, to the written word.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everything that they were saying, the writing it down was what allowed it to travel, and then the speaking it was the bringing it into existence.
Well, and
that's why they needed both.
With regard specifically to chapter 51, at the very least, there was a certain cadence to the words at some level too. It wasn't just like a normal chapter.
Right. Exactly.
It was very repetitive, and it was very almost poetic.
Yes.
I mean, again, there's translations
stretching
and what have
you,
but
sure.
It definitely had a cadence.
Sure.
So
yeah. No, I totally agree. It could definitely be a chant if tweaked.
Right.
And may have been a chant as originally written in the Hebrew or Greek or whatever. I don't know.
Sure.
So that would be something interesting if I knew those languages.
Right.
Now, most magical rituals were intended to be performed by an expert in the magical arts. The profession was generally passed down from generation to generation and was held in extremely high regard. They often served as advisors to kings and great leaders.
Okay.
Which is interesting. They also likely served not only as a magician, but also as a physician, a priest, a scribe, and a scholar, which I found interesting because later on, we learn that Baruch is his personal little scribe.
For Jeremiah, you mean? Yeah, yeah.
So, and Baruch and Sariah were relatives. So,
Got it.
You know, whatever was passed down in the family.
Right. It might have related to both of them, sort of.
Yeah. So, I'm just throwing it out there.
Which would also fall in line with the whole double agent thing. Because if that's something that was in that family and they were friends with Jeremiah, that tracks that they learned this skill from, obviously, some other culture, right? And so, whatever. There's too many things that fall in line here for me. I'm like, there's something fucked up with all this shit.
I'm just throwing this out there as food for thought.
Yeah.
I could go either way. It doesn't really fucking matter.
This is like the closest we've come to a conspiracy theory in the Bible. So I'm loving it.
It's fun. Jewish religion. No, let me try that one more time.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay? I'm going to read.
Okay.
Jewish religious law forbade divination and other forms of soothsaying, which is, telling the future.
Well, yeah. Okay? I mean, you're supposed to stone people to death if they do it and they do it wrong. So, yeah.
Except for, the Witch of Endor.
Yeah, but that witch was kind of secret.
Yeah.
Because remember the king dressed up and went and secretly visited the Witch of Endor.
So he's like, I won't stone you this time.
Right.
Yeah. So practical Kabbalah in historical Judaism is a branch of the Jewish mystical tradition that concerns the use of magic. It was considered permitted white magic by its practitioners, reserved for the elite who could separate its spiritual source from realms of evil if performed under circumstances that were wholly impure.
See.
Meaning, if they decided that it was good, then it was good.
Right. Yeah. So, how convenient.
Right. Yeah. Just depends on who you were friends with in the office.
Yeah.
These magical practices of Judaic folk religion became part of practical Kabbalah, and they date from Talmudic times. Okay. Which is, kind of what we're talking about, right?
Right.
The Talmud mentions the use of charms for healing and a wide range of magical cures that were sanctioned by rabbis. So they did allow magic. They just didn't call it magic.
Right, yeah.
Although magic was forbidden by Levitical law in the Hebrew Bible, it was widely practiced in the late Second Temple period, and particularly well documented in the period following the destruction of the temple and on into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries current era.
Which is where, the destruction of the temple is where we're at, right? Yeah.
Yep. Sure is.
Okay.
Ancient examples of magic can be loosely grouped into two categories.
Yeah.
And this kind of gets a little out there for a minute, but I promise to bring it back, okay? We've got black magic, largely associated with inflicting harm, and white magic, associated with providing benefits or forms of protection. Now, curse tablets definitely fall into the former category, the black magic.
Yeah.
Okay. These tablets were normally thin pieces of lead inscribed with a curse against an enemy, which could then be folded and often sealed and pierced with a nail. The curses were then buried, commonly in bodies of water or wells, and also in graves.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay. The language, I'm sorry, did you say bodies of water?
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah. And just to be clear, he had to wrap it around a rock and throw it into the Euphrates, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Sure.
Okay. The language of those texts that do give context is often concerned with justice, listing the target's crimes in great detail, and handing over responsibility for their punishments to the gods. Often using indefinite grammar, meaning present tense and mixed with, it might go back and forth. You can't really, it doesn't have to follow normal grammar laws.
Got it.
I'm just saying.
Which kind of all falls in line with what we read. In
It was a spell.
It was a spell.
It was magic.
We're absolutely right on this.
You were 100%
right. I will never be convinced otherwise.
Two things about the book of Jeremiah. He was a double agent.
Right.
And chapter 51 was a goddamn magic spell.
Yeah.
And actually a third thing, he didn't write the majority of this shit because it was written after he died.
Or Baruch wrote it.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So anyway, Jewish magical papyri. So papyruses, right?
Yeah.
They're a subclass of papyri with specific Jewish magical uses, which shed light on popular belief during the late Second Temple period and after into late antiquity.
Okay.
Although magic was forbidden by Levitical law in the Hebrew Bible, it was widely practiced in the second late temple period, and I just said all that, particularly well documented, blah, 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 blah. And Jewish and Samaritan magicians even appear in the New Testament.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is my spiel on magic from chapter 51.
No, I very much appreciate all of that because, I mean, this has been one of those just things that pop up in the Bible that I have been dying to, like, get to figure out more about it. And we didn't initially find out a lot of information. Well, but like everything you've come up with, and I really, really appreciate the research you did. Is fantastic.
Let me tell you why this took me so long. Because you can't just type in, hey, was Jeremiah chapter 51 a fucking magic spell? Like, you don't think I didn't try that, actually, okay?
Right, yeah.
Just in case, like, somebody in Reddit or something wrote, like, a little, like, Quora thing on it, like, yeah, sure, and here's some sources, right?
Yeah.
Like, you always ask the dumb question first, just in case somebody else has a resource or an opinion about it.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not opposed to following all the rabbit holes.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you can't just type that. So then the question is, well, what the fuck do you do? What do you ask? And so I had to start with like a very basic, like, magic during that time period.
Yeah.
Okay. Magic to the Egyptians in that time period, magic to the Jewish in that time period, magic to, was there magic in Babylonia? And like, so I had to go through like all these different areas. And for every hour that I would read stuff, I would maybe take like 2 bits of information.
Well, and when you're looking up stuff, you oftentimes find the apologist stuff first.
Yes.
Right? Because there's so much of it out there.
Yes.
And the majority of the information that's out there is based on saying that Jeremiah wrote this shit. Mm-hmm. It was pre-Babylonian exile, and that it was a prophecy, right? And that this is not magic. It was just them, whatever.
It doesn't even say that it's not magic, because why would they say it's not magic? Nobody ever said it was.
Right. So, yeah, the misinformation on this, the mind fuck on this is extensive.
Yeah, so I had to kind of find back ways to come at the information to say, okay, I'm not saying that this was a magic spell, but what did magic look like back then? Were people doing magic? And the answer is the magic that they did back then, yes, they did. And the second thing is, and it looked like this.
Right.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
So
no, and that's the amazing thing that I very much appreciate is the stuff you found is it confirms to me a lot of the things that I was thinking.
Yeah, me too.
And that the fact that I thought it and then we've now been able to somewhat confirm it is very satisfying.
Now we can sleep at night. So my next question is, are we ready to get into chapter 52?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Like, might as well, let's wrap up. Let's get this Q&A done.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a long episode, but let's get it done.
Let's get it done, and then we'll be done with Jeremiah, except for all of the wrap up.
Except for all the stuff we're not done with yet.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. So this chapter was added after Jeremiah's time.
Chapter 52.
Chapter 52.
Right.
Probably by Ezra, whom we've already read.
Yeah.
After the return from the captivity. So I don't know if you recall that Ezra and Nehemiah, they were buddies and pals.
Yep.
So this would have been by them. Okay.
Yep.
So I don't know why the fuck we're reading about people that came before them.
Right.
Like, why couldn't they just staple it together the other way?
Yeah.
In the order that these guys appear. Would that not make better sense?
It would.
Okay. Because that really, like, threw me for a loop. Like, I could not understand it. I was like, wait, Ezra, we already read those guys. Hold on. What do you mean Ezra probably wrote? Wait, Ezra came after this guy?
Well, you and I talked about this tonight, actually.
Yes.
And I think that at some point we're going to try to, we keep coming up with these projects that we're never going to do, but we're going to do this one at some point. But like, we need a chronological atheist reference Bible. And like, I feel like that would be perfect. Not necessarily atheist, but just like study, like,
just
something
in order, a chronological,
right.
like combining the books of Kings and Chronicles and all these fucking prophets. You know, get rid of the Psalms and the fucking poesy nonsense, right?
Right, sure.
Get rid of Job. I don't know. He doesn't really fit in. You can just write his name on the timeline,
Job,
I guess.
yeah, right.
You know, whatever. But I need this reorganized in such a way that it fucking makes sense, because I cannot hold all of this extraneous data. It's just like various darts on a dartboard.
Really, a flowchart would be fantastic. Even, you know, just
and
like
I'm sure somebody has already done that.
Right.
But I would like to do it because it would help me.
But I feel like the flow chart would still have to be a book because it would be so long.
Right.
You'd have to keep continuing the flow chart.
You'd have to keep turning the pages to get the next century or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we are going to move on to then chapter 52. Okay.
All right.
And we start with the failure of kings, the evil reign and rebellion of Zedekiah.
Okay.
And we forgot, I think for a while that, he was just a puppet king, you guys.
Yeah.
He was a young man. He was not in the best position.
Right. I mean, I kind of feel sorry for him. Like, what are you supposed to do, you know?
Yeah.
So.
He's described as a weak, wishy-washy king. And I'm like, was he weak and wishy-washy, or was he powerless and did the best he could?
Right. How could you be anything else when you have somebody else controlling you, but you're doing things against the wishes of your own people?
Right. You're trying to take care of your people, but you also have to answer to, fart face up there.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, yeah.
So I don't know. I think I have a little bit more sympathy for Zedekiah than the rest of the
Sure. I mean, that couldn't have been a good
apologists.
position to be in.
I wouldn't want it.
No.
So Zedekiah was only 21 when Nebuchadnezzar set him on the throne of Judah as a puppet king after the rebellion of Joachim in 2 Kings.
Okay.
And see, that sentence right there, I was like, hold on. I kind of remember that. Why the fuck am I, what? Okay. I need a better way.
Yeah.
Okay. He reigned as king of Judah from 597 to 587 BCE. Okay. So about 10 years.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Zedekiah was a weak king whose reign was characterized throughout by religious failure and political indecision.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that characterization of him.
Right.
Finally, after years of uncertain plotting, he decided to rebel openly against his overlord Babylon.
Right.
And I'm
I'm sure, look, he's the king who was put in place by Nebuchadnezzar, right?
Yeah.
And he knows what kind of power they have.
Mm-hmm. He has seen it first fucking hand.
And what they could do to them.
Yeah.
You know? So, deciding to go up against that guy is not going to be an easy decision. And, moreover, he, if I had to guess why he would have even attempted to do something, it's because peer pressure and just finally was like, fuck it, you guys want to do this? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Whatever, I don't care anymore.
Right? What do I have? Only my sons and my eyeballs to lose. So verse 4 reads, Now it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army came against Jerusalem and encamped against it. And they built a siege wall against it all around. Okay. And this date is reckoned to be January 15th-ish, 588 BCE.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just putting that out
Sure.
there. Okay. Verse 6 says, By the 4th month, on the 9th day of the month, the famine had become so severe in the city that there was no food for the people of the land.
I remember we were talking about this. The exact dates are killing me here.
On this day, this is when they decided they were so fucking hungry. The day before, they were only pretty hungry.
Yeah.
This date is reckoned to be about July 18th, 586 BCE. So the siege against Jerusalem had lasted almost a full 18 months.
Wow.
Yeah. So they starved them out for a year and a half.
That's rough.
Yeah. So then we move into Zedekiah's failed escape, his capture and execution. Okay.
Well, he wasn't really executed. He was.
Well, no.
There was execution of some people, but not him.
Yeah. So, verse 8 reads, But the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king, and they overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho. And we've talked about this before, how he was so close to making it, and he was almost there if he had just been able to cross into Egypt, but he couldn't.
Right.
So then what stuck out was, wait, the plains of Jericho.
Right.
Okay, so there's a little bit of irony here because Jericho is the very spot where Israel first set foot on the Promised Land.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is also where the last of the Davidic kings was captured and his monarchy shattered.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
There's some poesy there, if you will.
Really, yeah.
Here, where Israel experienced her first victory as the walls of Jericho fell before unarmed men who trusted God, was the scene of her last defeat. Womp, womp.
Yeah.
So then we get into the destruction of the temple.
Okay.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So verse 12 says, Now in the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard who served the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem. He burned the house of the Lord and the king's house, all the houses of Jerusalem, that is, all the houses of the great, he burned with fire.
Right.
And all the army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down all the walls of Jerusalem all around.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about all that a little bit. That was 3 verses I just read.
Sure.
Okay. So the Talmud declares that when the Babylonians entered the temple, they held a 2-day feast there to desecrate it. And then on the 3rd day, they set fire to the building, which burned throughout that day and the next.
Got it.
The calamity surrounding the fall of Jerusalem and the burning of Solomon's temple is commemorated in modern Judaism by the annual fast day Tisha B'Av. Okay.
Yeah.
This holiday it's not a holiday, it's an observation, is an annual fast day in Judaism on which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred, primarily the destruction of both Solomon's temple by the Neo-Babylonian Empire and the Second Temple by the Roman Empire in Jerusalem later on.
Okay.
So that's a sad day.
Right.
It is believed to be a day which is destined for tragedy, and thus is regarded as the saddest day in the Jewish calendar. I can see why.
Which day was it again?
I'm about to get there. It's called Tisha B'Av.
Right.
It falls in July or August, so it's coming up.
Okay.
Last year it fell in July, but this year it will be observed beginning at sunset 12 August through nightfall 13 August.
Got it.
So, just little patience and sympathy for your Jewish friends that day who are observing this.
Yeah.
A note about Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard. That title in Hebrew is literally the chief executioner or the slaughterer. And remember how, at first we were like, oh, he's a pretty good guy because he took Jeremiah under his wing and he was going to take care of him and stuff. And then we were like, holy shitballs, he's killing everybody.
Right.
And we were like, I guess he's not so nice after all.
Right.
Yeah, he's the chief executioner. He's the slaughterer. He's not nice.
Got it.
He's not a good guy.
Okay.
Methodically, he set about to demolish the beautiful city, burning the palace and the chief buildings, breaking down the walls, and wrecking the temple. So,
but again, this leads me to believe that Jeremiah was a double agent. Because why the fuck would he get to live?
Why would Nebuzaradan be like, I hate you, die, I hate you, die. Oh, hey, Jeremiah, sup?
Right.
You want to come with us or you going to stay? Either way is cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Okay. All right. I'll check you later. Bye. That's totally how that conversation went.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we get into the deportation of the people.
Okay.
Babylon took most of the people into captivity, leaving behind only those that were of no use to them.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. No use. And then came the deportation of temple vessels. So they also stripped the temple of its valuable metals, taking its furnishings, decorations, vessels, and utensils to Babylon. Remember, they were naming plates and cups and spoons and forks.
Yeah.
Things too large to carry whole were broken up so that they could be carried more easily. And the guards forced the captives to carry the heavier items before killing them upon arrival. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That made me
Terrible.
I don't know why that bothered me more than anything.
Right.
You have hope that maybe
because you're helping them out,
Yeah. Maybe I'll just be an exile person.
Maybe they'll just let me run away or something,
right?
Whatever.
And they're using you directly to your death.
Right.
That's just, I don't know, the tragedy of that.
Yeah.
So then we get into the execution of the officials and the leaders of the rebellion. The chief priests, top army officers, and leading palace officials were all executed summarily.
Wow.
Boom, 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 dead. Okay, you're done.
Yep.
So then we get into the register of the final phase of exile. And the last bit of verse 30 reads, all the persons were 4,600. And we were like, oh, that's
a small amount, yeah.
So the smallness of his numbers compared with those given in the book of 2 Kings, because we also got a number of exiles from 2 Kings.
Okay.
So this small number indicates that Jeremiah likely only counted the heads of the families, meaning the adult males. And thus this only represents a small portion of the exiles.
Got it.
So the wives, the children, their servants, and all that were likely not counted.
Okay.
So that raises the number drastically.
Yeah.
Which, that kind of makes sense because that's how they did their counting of people, their census stuff back then.
Right.
So the head of household thing, and it's always the dude.
Yeah.
So then we get into the end of the chapter, a small ray of hope seen in Joaquin and an improved situation in Babylon.
Yeah.
So evil Merodach, the son of Nebuchadnezzar in 561 BCE, the year of his ascension to the throne of Babylon, which was in the 37th year of the captivity and the 191st year from the building of Rome, ordered Joaquin to be taken out of prison, promoted him to a place of honor in the Babylonian palace, and treated him kindly for the remainder of his life, a sign for the captive Jews that God had not forgotten them and that he was still in control of their affairs. And it gave them hope that they would yet be released and return to their homeland. The end.
Okay.
Okay, so we are officially done with reading Jeremiah and all the Q&As for it.
Right. We still do have the wrap up and contradiction, though. Like, we're going to do a wrap up and contradiction still.
Yep.
I'm not making any promises because this has been a wonky, weird
situation.
Few days here with how much research we've had to do. But we're gonna. I think we're gonna try to get out for sure at least an episode tomorrow, if not two.
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to finish up Jeremiah altogether tomorrow so that we can start the next book. I believe is Lamentations. We want to start that on Monday.
Right. So not saying for sure that we'll get it done, but
that's the goal.
Be on the lookout for new episodes is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for sticking with us through these last few days, and I hope you really enjoyed the work we put into this, because this was actually a lot of research for wife and a lot of impatience for me for wife. So she had to deal with a lot of things because I was getting irritated.
It was, well, I mean, I said this the last episode. You kept coming in and being like, how much longer? And I kept saying 1 more hour at least.
Yeah.
And it kept being that way for, days.
Yeah. So everybody congratulate wife on finishing up this wonderful Q&A, and we will see you guys tomorrow, more than likely, for the wrap up and possibly the contradictions also. All right. Until then, we'll see you guys.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
We're almost done with Jeremiah.
We are.
We're going to wrap it up today.
We are.
I'm so excited.
I am.
So, any other words?
No. So, I'm assuming this is going to be. Are we going over
the book as a whole?
The book as a whole. Okay. All right.
And guess what else?
What else?
I have a very short pop quiz.
A pop quiz, huh? Very short.
Very short.
Okay, because I know how these things tend to go.
17 questions. I already even took it myself.
Okay. All right.
And I got at least half of them right.
17 sounds okay. All right.
It's good. It's a good quiz.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
You ready to do this?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, so here we are talking about the book of Jeremiah. Now that we've read the whole thing.
Right,
we read the whole thing.
We did. We read the whole
52 fucking verses.
Yeah.
All right, so this book...
Wait, no, not verses.
Yeah.
Chapters.
Verses. Chapters. You're right. A verse goes in a chapter.
They do.
And a chapter goes in a book.
Yes.
And then the book goes in the bigger book.
That's right. And then the green grass grows all around and around.
And the green grass grows all around.
Right. Now you got it.
Okay. This book, Jeremiah, it's intended to be a message to the Jews in exile in Babylon.
Okay.
Explaining the disaster of exile as God's response to Israel's pagan worship.
Yeah, those fuckers and their idols, I swear, man.
They never get rid of those Asherah poles. They never learn,
man.
I need an Asherah pole. I gotta tell you, I really need one. The book as a whole has been heavily edited and added to by the prophet's followers, including, who do you think?
Baruch
is on fire.
You've been waiting for that again.
His companion and scribe, yes.
Right, yeah.
And later generations of Deuteronomists.
No shit.
Yeah. But it's nice that scholars are like, yeah, that happened.
Right.
And we're like, oh, okay,
But like
good.
when you go to find the exact information in the chapter, they're like, but this all happened with Jeremiah, and you can all just fuck off. Jeremiah did all this shit. And it's like, no. I can tell what Jeremiah wrote, and it was not this bullshit at the end.
Right, exactly.
So, whatever, I'm done. That's all. Go ahead.
So, yeah, we were smart. We did good. We knew the things.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
There are two distinct, though related versions of the book of Jeremiah. One is in Hebrew, and that's the Masoretic text.
Okay.
And we call that the MT for short.
Okay.
And the other one is the Septuagint, which is, of course, is the Greek translation.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
The separate dates of the two, the Greek and the Hebrew, can be suggested by the fact that the Greek one shows concerns typical of the early Persian period, while the Hebrew one shows perspectives which, although known in the Persian period, did not reach their full realization until the 2nd century BCE. So the Greek one actually predates the Hebrew one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
and we kind of talked about that in a previous thing as far as when those things were written, went into some of that stuff.
Yeah, we talked about the parts of the Bible as a whole and how Christians picked up one after the Jews were like, we don't want this one anymore.
Right.
And then the Jews were like, just kidding, give it back. And the Christians were like, no thanks.
Was that a Patreon episode that we did? I can't remember if we did that regular
honestly,
or what.
I can't recall. It was some kind of...
We do too much shit sometimes.
We do.
I can't keep track of it all.
It was an informational one. So it was either a Q&A or a Patreon or something to that effect.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay. But it was an informational one.
Sure.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the book structure and authorship. Okay? So the first half of the book, as we know, is the earliest and the main core of Jeremiah's message. Okay? So that's like the first 25 chapters that are thereabouts.
Yeah.
Okay? It is widely accepted that they represent the teachings of Jeremiah and are the earliest stage of the book. So if Jeremiah wrote any of it, those are the ones that he wrote.
Right. And that makes sense to me. Because like even just structure-wise, right? You know, we didn't hear anything about Baruch till about midway through the book.
And that's when Baruch picked up the pen.
Right. And then Baruch picked up the pen. And then at the end, obviously, that stuff's all fucked up.
That stuff is all Deuteronomist.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Oh, no, yeah.
So the next quarter of the book, so we've got the big first half, the half of it, okay? And then the second half, we cut that into two chunks.
Got it.
Okay. So the next quarter of the book contains biographic material and interactions with other prophets, Jeremiah's interactions with Zedekiah, and the fall of Jerusalem.
Right.
Okay. So that's all in that middle section.
Right.
Okay. Now the final quarter of the book contains oracles concerning divine punishment to the nations surrounding Israel, also referred to as OAN, Oracles Against the Nations, as well as a brief appendix that actually retells 2 Kings.
That was 52, chapter 52, probably?
Yeah.
Okay.
It summed up 2 Kings. So actually, if you want to skip the entirety of 2 Kings, you can just read chapter 52 of Jeremiah, and you've got a good understanding of what happened.
Got it. Yeah.
So non-biographical prose passages such as the Temple Sermon in chapter 7 and the Covenant passage in chapter 11 are scattered throughout the book.
Got it.
So non-biography stuff, just like reporting on history stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And these entries show clear affinities with the Deuteronomists, which was the school of writers and editors who shaped the series of history books from Judges to Kings. Okay. So anytime you think that Jeremiah lost the thread, he did, because it wasn't him writing it. It was the Deuteronomists adding shit.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
So anytime it's like, this doesn't sound like it's part of the story, or this reads a little different.
Yeah.
That's because it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I appreciate that.
And that final bit is all totally unlikely to have come directly from Jeremiah, which is
no shit.
Yeah, exactly. So the book of Jeremiah grew over a long period of time.
Also no shit.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, it's not like he just sat down one day and like said, I'm going to write a book and I'm going to take a couple weeks to put it all together and then call it done.
Right.
Like he wrote this book or the parts of it that he contributed to over the course of several decades.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
Yep.
The Greek version, looking forward to the fall of Babylon and aligning in places with 2nd Isaiah, had already seen major redaction and may have been completed by the late exilic period, which was the last half of the 6th century BCE.
That makes a lot of sense,
and
too.
And you had commented on that as well.
Yeah.
The initial stages of the Hebrew version may have been written not long afterwards, although parts of chapter 33 point to a setting during post-exilic times.
Okay.
So basically, it all was written like during the middle of it, all the way through to like the end and thereafter.
Right.
Of the exile.
That's exactly kind of what we came up with as we were reading through it. So, I mean, I appreciate this information because it just confirms a lot of my thoughts as we were going through this. And it makes me feel less crazy as to what we read.
Well, and also it's like the historians are coming out and they're like, good job, you caught that. You like it's good validation that like, okay, we're not dumb. We're getting what's being put down.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know?
Yeah.
Because we're not scholars or academics, as I'm fond of pointing out. So anytime I figure something out and then I have somebody smart come along after me and be like, yeah, that is the way it was. Good call.
Right. Feels good.
It does. It's like a nice pat on the back.
But, you know, I feel like based on, because we've done a lot of research on our way through the Bible, right? Mm-hmm. And we've picked up a lot of knowledge about how things were written, how they didn't always coincide with the exact thought. Like the authors change, right?
Yes.
They don't always have the same author in the books and what have you. And a lot of this information, now that we have that base of knowledge from earlier books that we've read, it's easier to translate when we're reading these books, when we're reading Jeremiah specifically, it's easier to say, wait a second, is this one of those things that happened prior that we learned about? You know, is this one of those things that's weird and what's going on?
Like now that we know that that's a possibility, we can be on the lookout for it.
Right. And that's very helpful. So, I mean, I think part of this is not so much that we are awesome, but that we have built a base of knowledge that we are now leaning into a little bit. So
it's like when you learn basic math so that you can then move on to algebra. So we are in algebra 1 now.
Right.
Awesome. So the Deuteronomists, of course, just as a reminder, were a school or movement who edited the books of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings into a more or less unified, I would say less unified, history of Israel, the so-called Deuteronomistic history, during the Jewish exile in Babylon, 6th century BCE.
Yeah.
That's when the Deuteronomists were doing their thing.
But apparently they dabbled in other shit instead of just those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's talk about the history of that time period. Putting this list together really helped me understand what was happening when.
Okay. Yeah.
So Jeremiah began his prophetic mission in the 13th year of King Josiah, about 627 BCE. Now, we'll get back to that because it may have started earlier than that, but that's like the quote-unquote official date.
It started when he was in the womb, if you remember correctly, from like the first chapter.
Right, but we're not talking about that. And it continued after the 11th year of King Zedekiah, 586 BCE, when Jerusalem went into exile.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
So during that whole period, that's what I'm about to cover. Okay? Mm-hmm. So in 621... and all of these are BCE. I'm going to drop that so that I don't keep repeating myself. Right. So in 621, Josiah instituted far-reaching religious reforms. He's the one that, I think it was Hezekiah maybe, found a book in the library and was like, King, look what I found. It's the the early books of the Torah, and we have to do this right now. And Josiah was like, oh shit.
Right.
And so he was like, yeah, let's get on the right track with God now.
Yeah.
So he made all these reforms. He got rid of all the idols and everything. Okay. So that started in 621. Okay. Now, the Assyrian Empire, which had been dominant for 2 centuries, declined and fell, destroyed by Babylon.
Oh.
Okay. So that was right around that same time period.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Its capital, Nineveh, was captured in 612 by the Babylonians and the Medes.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Puts a little bit more into perspective. Like, we forget about like all these other nations out there and what's happening with them when we're talking about the kings of Judah.
But I would imagine at this time, like in 612, right? Like people in Jerusalem and other places in this region are starting to go, oh shit.
Yes, they were. Absolutely. Yeah. And they saw a lot of the writing on the wall, which...
Meaning that they might have been able to prophesize?
Yes.
That kind of thing? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
It's interesting because I forget that other shit was happening in the world at the same time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it changes how I perceive what's happening to these little people.
Right. And I told you before, like, this is the part that I love.
I know. And that's why I put this together.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
So some scholars doubt that Jeremiah's career actually began as early as 627/626 and suggest instead that Jeremiah began to prophesy toward the end of the reign of Josiah, the good king.
Okay.
Or at the beginning of the reign of Joachim in 609.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're like, I don't know about all that. Maybe he didn't start till Nineveh fell. Then he was like, Babylon is about to get it on, and I need to be on the right side of this.
Sure.
Which that tracks.
Right. But it's funny that a lot of people think he didn't start until that happened, because like it works better for the story of him being a prophet if he started back in 627, 626, right? Sure. Because that's prior to Babylon taking over Assyria.
Yes.
Right? So if he was prophesizing way back then,
he was a prophet.
He knew all this, right? Yeah, he knew all this shit was coming. But if he started prophesying when Assyria fell, then fuck you. He fucking knew. He knew this shit was coming. You could see the writing on the wall.
He was a politician, and he was a statesman who knew what the fuck was coming.
Right.
And he wanted to be on the best side of it. And that's not to say that he didn't also want his people on the best side of it.
Sure.
I mean, that may have been his intent. I don't know.
Right. We can't go back in time and assess his fucking, what he actually was thinking. So,
but I can tell you for a fact, though, dude knew what was coming, and it wasn't because he was talking to God.
Right. No, I would imagine he wasn't the only one that knew what was coming.
Sure. Sure. That's how he was able to have so much support.
Right. And that's why kings were having discussions with their neighbors about what to fucking do.
Right. Exactly. So. It's like they all see this. The lava is slowly rolling toward them, and they're all like scrambling around trying to, should we build walls? Should we move? Should we team up? Like, what the fuck do we do?
Yeah. And
then meanwhile, you've got the rest of the town that's right in the middle of where the lava's rolling going, it'll be fine. This is fine. So, okay, right after that, Babylon defeated Egypt and the remnant of the Assyrians at the Battle of Carchemish and made Judah a Babylonian vessel in 605.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shit is starting to come downhill.
Right. Because prior to this, Egypt was kind of the superpower that had influence over Judah and Israel and what have you. Well, at least Judah.
They were frenemy.
Right. They left them alone mostly.
They kind of ruled Judah, but Judah was like, fuck off, and Egypt was like, for now.
Right. Yeah.
till we need
your land or something.
Yeah. Right. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 605, that was done. And Babylon took over and was like, we'll take you now, thanks.
Sure.
Yoink.
Okay.
Realizing that this battle made a great difference in the world situation, Jeremiah dictated to his scribe Baruch a scroll containing all of the messages he had delivered up to this time, which was read by Baruch in the temple.
Yeah.
And
because Jeremiah was in jail.
Yes.
So
he was in jail.
He was either in jail or he was like hiding from whatever. Something was happening.
Probably because he had been talking smack about you guys.
Right.
Babylon is coming, you guys. You guys, Babylon's coming.
And they didn't like that.
They did not like that.
Well, because he was also pushing for them to give up.
Yes.
So let's just be clear.
Yeah.
No one wants to give up.
No.
And he was pushing the wrong message at the time politically.
I mean, he may have been pushing the right message. Who fucking knows?
But for the
people, the king, the people, they were like, nah, man.
He didn't read the temperature in the room. You know.
He knew what was cooking on the stove, and he was not explaining it well enough.
Right.
And he tried to use like God as his tactic, and it didn't work.
Or he was truly a double agent pushing the Babylonian agenda.
That's more likely.
Right.
So Joachim withheld tribute from the Babylonians in about 601 BCE. Okay. So remember, Joachim was only there shortly.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he withheld tribute. Okay. And he was like, fuck you, Babylon.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a smart move.
It was not. King Joachim died and was succeeded by his son Joaquin.
Got it. Okay.
Judah's revolt was subjugated by Babylon in 597. Okay.
Yeah.
So Babylon was like, that's not going to fly. We will have your tribute. Thank you.
Right.
The king was taken to Babylonia with many of his subjects. And that was the first time that Babylon came in and scooped out some of the folks.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Zedekiah was placed on Judah's throne.
Got it.
Okay. So that was when the puppet king came in. We've talked about how it's not really fair to judge him as weak and wishy-washy when he was Babylon's placement.
It's a tough place to be in.
Right. So Zedekiah, the puppet king of Babylon, made an alliance with Egypt as Judah revolted again. So he was trying.
Right.
But it didn't go well.
I imagine he wasn't real popular amongst amongst
he was not
people.
popular with anybody.
Right.
And it wasn't fair. I really, I'm sorry, but my heart goes out to him.
Yeah.
It does. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Babylon destroyed Jerusalem and its temple and exiled its king and many of the leading citizens in 586.
Right.
Ending Judah's existence as an independent kingdom and bringing about the Babylonian exile.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Jeremiah died around 570.
We think.
Likely stoned to death by his exacerbated fellow countrymen in Egypt.
Who thought he was a fucking traitor.
Yes, probably because he was. Yes.
I mean, okay, look, I'm not getting excited about Jeremiah's death, but it just solidified all the ideas that I had, and I was it. Aside from the fact that somebody died, it made me very happy.
Yes.
Yes. like this is the thing. Yeah. This is the thing that I've been saying all along.
Totally. Yep. Okay, so the book's superscription claims that Jeremiah had been active for 40 years. Right? Mm-hmm. From the 13th year of Josiah in 627 to the fall of Jerusalem in 587. Okay, and that is 40 years.
Sure.
But it's clear from the last chapters of the book that he continued to speak in Egypt after the assassination of Gedaliah, the dude that had been put in charge of him.
Yeah.
The Babylonian appointed governor of Judah in 582. Okay. So, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This suggests that the superscription is trying to make a theological point about Jeremiah by comparing him to Moses. Whereas Moses spent 40 years leading Israel from slavery in Egypt to the promised land, Jeremiah's 40 years saw Israel exiled from the promised land. And Jeremiah himself ultimately in exile in Egypt.
Got it.
Which,
and the Bible loves these numbers and these perfect symmetrical.
What's funny to me is you didn't need the 40 years to make that argument though. Like, to me, it is poetic enough to just say, imagine like Moses spent all those years trying to get in. Yeah. And then the very last prophet, Judah fell and he saw the entire end.
Right.
Like right there, almost the same place.
Yeah.
Where they had entered.
I think honestly, the whole Bible ascribes too much importance to the prophet Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he is very prominent in the New Testament from what I understand.
He is.
And I think that there's just been a lot more emphasis on this character than is maybe due. So
I think that if you took the New Testament completely out of the picture, as in remove Christians from the movie.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that Jeremiah would not be any more special than anybody else.
Right. And I think maybe he has a name mostly because he was there at a very traumatic point in Israel's in Jewish history. You know, like this is a very big deal. The Babylonian exile is like, we've heard about the Babylonian exile for multiple books over this time period. Yeah. So it's a big deal.
Yep.
So that makes sense as to why he's a big name.
Sure.
But that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think he has much to offer.
I don't think he's magical. I can tell you that much. So now we're moving on to our little pop quiz.
Okay.
So we're done with Jeremiah except for Contradictions.
That'll be coming up soon. Not today. Not in this episode. Next episode.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so are you ready for this?
Sure, let's do it.
Number 1, what did the Lord say has kept good from his people according to Jeremiah chapter 5? And I'll read you a multiple choice.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Their enemies, their kings, their sins, or their princes?
I'm going to go with their sins.
Okay.
That sounds correct for a God comment.
I don't know. I'll tell you when we're done.
Okay, all right.
In the book of Jeremiah, what was the land called 3 times to do? Bring forth, open up, hear the word of the Lord, or turn to the river.
Say those again, the answers.
Bring forth, open up, hear the word of the Lord, or turn to the river.
I'm going to go with hear the word of the Lord.
That sounds right. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Okay, this one's easy. Who was Jeremiah's scribe?
Baruch.
Yes. Okay. In the book of Jeremiah, what did the Lord compare his people who are accustomed to do evil to? Self-willed person, I accidentally I accidentally shut the page, but there it is. Sorry, nothing. So what did he compare his bad people to?
Okay.
A self-willed person, an Ethiopian and a leopard, a stupid being, or an innocent child?
An innocent child.
Sure, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I don't know either.
How did the Lord describe the cisterns the Israelites hewed out for themselves in Jeremiah chapter 2? Strong, rubbish, broken, or dirty?
Dirty. I don't... None of these ring a bell. Like, this is not making any relevant sense to me.
Okay, this one might be good.
Okay, yeah.
Which king burned the scroll containing Jeremiah's prophecy against Judah?
It was
it wasn't Zedekiah.
Oh, so then it was
it was the one before him.
Joachim.
The other choices are Manasseh, Jeroboam, or Saul.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you know.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Number 7. What did the Lord liken his word to in Jeremiah chapter 23? Rain and snow, fire and hammer, stripes and manna, or mighty fortress?
Fire and whatever.
Hammer?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I would have said. I don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah.
Who was Jeremiah? A judge, a king, a prophet, or an apostle?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not.
A prophet.
A prophet. That is gotta be right.
I mean, yeah.
What did the people plan on threatening Jeremiah with? A stick, their words. A whip, their hands.
A whip.
Who was the father of Jeremiah the prophet? Amaz, Baruch, Ammon, or Hilkiah?
Ammon. Hilkiah.
But I have to put Ammon because...
Yeah, I said
because it. Ammon has to do with the Ammonites.
See, now you're giving me answers in the middle of this, though.
When I know it, I'll give you the answer.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, number 11. Why did the Lord ask his people to seek the welfare of the land where he sent them into exile? To be able to fight them, for in it they will have welfare also, to be able to sacrifice to God, or to seek God's favor?
To seek God's favor.
I don't think that's right.
No?
I don't.
Okay.
Why did the Lord promise to save Abed-Melech? Do you remember who Abed-Melech was?
I remember the name, but I can't off the top of my head remember exactly.
He's the Ethiopian.
Oh, yeah.
Pulled Jeremiah out of the pit.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so why did the Lord promise to save him? Because he was holy, God needs him, he trusted in the Lord, or he was helpless?
He trusted in the Lord.
I think that's right.
Right.
Okay, ready? How many chapters are there in the
52.
book of Jeremiah? There are 52. I know that one.
Yeah.
What did Jeremiah the prophet set before the Rechabites? Pitchers full of
Alcohol.
wine and cups.
Yeah, that one.
Bread and wine,
No.
parched corns, or burnt sacred.
The first one, wine and cups.
Wine and cups?
Yeah.
Not bread and wine?
No.
Okay. How many men went with Abed-Melech to take up Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern?
3 or 30.
And you have both of those choices. What are you going to go with?
In the NIV, I think it was 30.
Yeah.
So we'll go with 30.
That's what I would go with. According to Jeremiah chapter 4, what did the Lord ask the men of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem to remove? Foreskin of their hearts, wall of their defense, sacrifices, or their kings?
They're kings.
Really? I thought it was the foreskin of their hearts.
I'm going to go with the king still.
Okay.
I'm probably wrong.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
But, you know.
Which king burned Jeremiah's scroll?
Didn't we just cover this one?
We did.
It was Joachim.
Yes. So, really, there were only 16 questions. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Now I'm ready.
All right. So, what did the Lord say has kept good from his people according to Jeremiah 5? Their sins.
Did I get it right or wrong?
Yeah, you got it right.
Okay.
I'll tell you if you got it wrong.
No, all right.
Okay?
Yeah.
In the book of Jeremiah, what was the land called 3 times to do? Hear the word of the Lord. You got it right.
Yeah, all right.
Who is Jeremiah's scribe?
Baruch.
You
Yeah.
got that one right. Okay, this one you got wrong. In the book of Jeremiah, what did the Lord compare his people who are accustomed to do evil to?
Mm-hmm.
You chose innocent child. The correct answer was an Ethiopian and leopard.
I don't even recall that being a thing.
The verse is, can the Ethiopian change his skin or the leopard his spots? Then also you can do good who are accustomed to do evil.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You got this one wrong as well.
Okay.
How did the Lord describe the cisterns the Israelites hewed out for themselves?
Not dirty, apparently.
Right. You chose dirty, but it was broken.
Broken.
Okay.
Got it.
And here's what the verse says. For my people have committed 2 evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed out cisterns for themselves, broken cisterns that can hold no water.
Got it.
Yeah, I got that one right, FYI.
Good job.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which king burned the scroll containing Jeremiah's prophecy against Judah? Joachim.
I think technically I got that wrong because I said the wrong king first. I said Zedekiah.
You did, but that wasn't...
You were very nice and gave that to me.
Because it wasn't a choice. Zedekiah.
Oh, it wasn't even... Oh.
Yeah, I told you that the other ones were... It was Joachim, Manasseh, Jeroboam, or Saul.
I got it.
Yeah.
They made some really... Like, they made that one easy.
Yeah,
so, yeah, okay.
What did the Lord liken his word to in Jeremiah chapter 23? Fire and hammer, baby. You got it right.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, I got that one too. Who was Jeremiah? He was a fucking prophet.
Right? Like, that's the dumbest question in there.
I know.
One of them.
And then we get this, and it's like, what? Okay, number 9. What did the people plan on threatening Jeremiah with? You got it wrong. It wasn't a whip. It was their hands.
Wait.
I'm sorry, their words.
I swear they threatened him with a whip at one point.
Well, here is the...
Actually, he did get whipped at one point.
But here's the verse where they threaten him.
Okay, all right.
Then they said, come, let us make plots against Jeremiah, for the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, let us strike him with the tongue, and let us not pay attention to any of his words.
Got it.
Boring.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Who was the father of Jeremiah the prophet? You got that one wrong.
Yeah.
You chose Ammon, which was just so silly.
It it?
Yeah, it was Hilkiah. I knew that one.
Why am I supposed to remember? Like, Jeremiah's dad is like the least of my concerns.
Because Ammon has to do with the Ammonites.
Right, but I don't give a fuck about Jeremiah's dad.
Okay, but...
I'm just saying.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
Number 11, you got wrong as well.
Okay.
Why did the Lord ask his people to seek the welfare of the land where he sent them into exile?
What did I say?
You said to seek God's favor, but no, it was for in it they will have welfare also.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
But seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you into exile and pray to the Lord on its behalf. For in its welfare you will find your welfare. That was the settle in. You're going to be there for a while.
Right.
Make the best of it.
Yep.
Okay, number 12. You got this one right.
Okay.
Why did the Lord promise to save Ebed-Melech? Because he trusted in the Lord.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
You got this one right, too. How many chapters are there in the book of Jeremiah?
I mean, that was an easy one.
52. We didn't even need the multiple choice.
They asked us when we were on chapter 50, because then I think you thought there was only 51.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But we got it right, though.
Yeah.
Okay, number 14. You got this one right. What did Jeremiah the prophet set before the Rechabites? Pitchers full of wine and cups.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Number 15, you got this one right. How many men went with Ebed-Melech to take up Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern?
30.
30 men, which is so weird.
Or 3, depending on the translation.
Yes. But
30.
30. Right. Okay, number 16, you got wrong.
What?
According to Jeremiah chapter 4, what did the Lord ask the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to remove? You chose their kings.
Oh.
The answer was the foreskin of their hearts.
Oh, okay. All right.
Circumcise yourselves to the Lord. Remove the foreskin of your hearts. O men of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my wrath go forth like fire and burn with none to quench it because of the evil of your deeds.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one, again, which king burned Jeremiah's scroll?
Joachim.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So you did poorly.
I did poorly.
You did poorly.
Did they give you a score?
You answered 11 correctly out of 16, really.
That's not that bad.
What is the... Oh, you got a 64.7%.
See, that's
so
passing.
You basically got
I
a
passed.
65.
I passed.
You beat most players. The average is a 62.
Well, hell yeah. I'm above the curve. So
You're above the curve.
I'll take it.
Yep. Well, I got more right than you, but I did not catch my score.
Right.
And that makes me sad.
Yeah. You
for
should have
myself.
paid more attention.
I wish I had.
Yeah.
But that wraps up and concludes this fucking chapter.
Well, let me ask you, just since we're wrapping up.
I said chapter, but I meant book.
Right, yeah. What is your general impression of Jeremiah versus what we've read of other books?
Okay, I have mixed feelings.
Sure.
On the one hand, sometimes it was like, ooh, what's going to happen next?
I think early on that's how I felt.
Yeah. Then it was just as bad as the others in boringness.
Because it got really repetitive, right?
Yeah.
And
then it got confusing because I was like, wait, this is all out of order.
Yeah, that part of it, like that aspect of it really detracted from the entire experience of trying to read it because you couldn't keep track of what was happening at any given time. And there were so many other authors involved in writing this book that it just like really fell apart.
Yes.
As we got further into the book.
It did.
And I feel like the book of Jeremiah really just kind of loses its thread and falls apart.
Yeah.
So I'm not real impressed with the book. I haven't been real impressed with any of the books, but I mean, this one is definitely not, I would not rank this near my favorites.
No.
If I had to pick favorites.
Same.
So anyway, I think that's what we've got thus far for Jeremiah. We're going to be back probably later today, actually, with the Contradictions episode.
Yes.
Which you affectionately call...
You're always wrong.
That's the one, yeah. And then we will be attempting to get out the first chapter of...
Lamentations.
To start the week on Monday morning when we get that put up, hopefully.
Yes.
So that might put us back on track.
I'm going to say maybe.
We might get this together and do good things and
think so.
Start moving correctly.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us, and congratulations if you don't join us for the Contradictions episode on finishing Jeremiah. And we'll see you shortly.
Yay. Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Guess what?
Well, I think we are absolutely finishing up Jeremiah.
For 100% sure.
Which means that this episode is our Contradictions episode?
You're always wrong is what it's actually called.
Right.
Because you're always wrong.
Also always right. But okay, yeah. So it's our Contradictions episode where I'm always fucking wrong. And
because the Bible can never let you be right.
Right.
It's not my fault.
No, okay. Do you have some good contradictions for us today?
Yes, I do.
And are you ready to go contradict?
Sure as fuck am.
All right, let's go do this.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, here we go.
Oh.
Contradictions, you're always wrong.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, question 1. Hey, husband.
Yeah.
How long does God's anger last, and do you want multiple choice?
Yeah. Give me multiple choice.
Okay. Sure. God's anger lasts, hold on, just a sec, or super long time, or forever.
Well, I'm going to go with super long time because he tends to multi-generational anger.
He's a little pissy.
It's a thing. He does it all the fucking time.
Yeah, you're right. It's a super long time. As we read in Numbers, and the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness for 40 years. That's super long time.
That's a lot of anger.
Yeah. Okay, but also, you're always wrong.
Of course.
Because... his anger doesn't last that long.
No?
For his anger endureth but a moment, according to Psalms.
Okay.
But also, that shit lasts forever. Because ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn, literally, forever. And that was in the book of Jeremiah.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from the point of view of, they call it in the original sin, right? Mm-hmm. That's forever.
Yeah.
He's forever angry at humanity for that, I guess. So
he's big mad all the time.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck him.
Yep. It's true. So, number 2. Hey, husband.
Yeah.
Is God merciful?
I'm going to go with the general overall consensus on the Old Testament and say no. He's an asshole.
Yeah, I got plenty of examples of that.
Yeah.
Let's see. In Numbers, we read, and the Lord said to Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel.
Jesus.
Yeah, hang those people up. Yeah,
right,
That's pretty...
That's some anger right there.
That's not mercy.
No.
Okay, and then in 1 Samuel, we read, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, totally not merciful.
Right.
And then later in 1 Samuel, we read, because they had looked into the ark of the Lord, even he smote of the people 50,010 men.
Jesus.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's...
Just because they looked in the ark.
What an asshole.
Like,
he's a dick. He's a fucking dick.
Yeah. And then, last example of how he's not merciful.
Yeah.
In Jeremiah, we read, I will not pity, nor spare, nor have mercy, but destroy.
Just to be clear, though, there are a lot more examples of him not being merciful.
Oh, yeah, no, those are just the good ends that I grabbed up.
Sure.
I wanted to make sure to have one from Jeremiah because that's the point of this.
Right, and I just didn't want it left unsaid that,
Right. But there is a time, especially in Jeremiah, when he was merciful.
Wait, so he wasn't merciful and he is merciful in the same book?
Yeah, because you know why?
Why?
You're always wrong. So in the same book, in Jeremiah, he was merciful. He said, I will not cause mine anger to fall upon you, for I am merciful, saith the Lord, and I will not keep anger forever.
Couldn't it possibly be that the Bible is always wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
But I can't talk to the Bible, whereas I am asking these questions of you.
All right. I just wanted to toss that out there.
This is all a game. Don't argue with me.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, number 3. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
Husband, does God ever get furious?
Yes.
Yeah. I have 2 examples from the book of Jeremiah. The first one is, and I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and in great wrath. He is big mad again.
Yeah, he is.
And then later on he says, behold, the whirlwind of the Lord goeth forth with fury. So yeah, he totally gets furious.
Right.
But guess what?
He doesn't sometimes.
Right, because you're always wrong.
Okay.
In Isaiah, it says, fury's not in me, bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
I take issue with that.
Fury's not in me.
Okay.
He said so.
Yeah, well, right.
Yeah. Even as he said, I'm furious and my anger will last forever. I don't have anger. What? Yeah. He's totally, what's that? Bipolar.
He's gaslighting people.
And he's bipolar. He's a narcissist.
Right.
He's all kinds of fucked up. He's a dick.
Yeah.
Number 4, husband,
Yeah.
Did God command the Israelites to make him burnt offerings and animal sacrifices?
Yes.
Yeah, he did, right?
I mean, like, that's like the whole, we had a whole book where it was all nothing but learning how to do goddamn sacrifices and burnt offerings and shit.
And what sides of the tent to do it on, and
where
which
to
way
splatter
to
the
face.
blood.
Yeah. So that was Exodus. And so I have two examples. One reads, we will go 3 days journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he shall command us.
Okay.
So literally he commanded them.
Yeah.
Right. And then later on in Exodus, it reads, an altar of earth shalt thou make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee there.
Got it.
So, I mean, those are big yeses, but guess what?
I'm probably wrong.
You're always wrong.
I'm always wrong. Yeah.
Because remember, we even said this in Jeremiah, like, excuse you?
Right.
In Jeremiah chapter 7, it reads, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices.
That was really said? I don't even remember that at this
I
point,
remember it was said, and I remember me and you go, what, bro?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong, Bible.
Yeah.
Go home, you're drunk, Bible. All right, number 5. Husband.
Yeah.
How should strangers be treated? Do you want multiple choice?
No, but strangers should be treated with kindness and equity, and like they should be treated well.
Okay.
Because, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. So they should be treated with love, according to Leviticus. The stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself. And they should be treated with justice, as you said in Deuteronomy. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger. They should be treated with equity, as you said in Jeremiah. It says, oppress not the stranger.
Right.
And then they should be treated peacefully. Because in Jeremiah also it says, do no violence to the stranger. But guess what?
I'm wrong, I guess.
You're always wrong. Because in several places in the book of Numbers, it says, the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death.
Jesus.
Yeah. So, whichever way you go is fine.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Husband.
Yeah.
Do evildoers prosper?
I mean, yes.
Yes, they do. The tabernacles of robbers prosper, and they that provoke God are secure, into whose hands God bringeth abundantly. That's from the book of Job, and we complained about that with him.
Yeah.
And then in Jeremiah, it says, wherefore doth the way of the wicked prosper? Wherefore are all they happy that deal very treacherously? Remember, that's when Jeremiah was getting pissy with God and was like, this sucks. And we were like, you sound like Job, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. But guess what?
I'm wrong.
We're always wrong.
Yeah.
In this one, we're always wrong.
Sure.
Because do evildoers prosper? No.
No?
Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. And that's from Psalms.
I see.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, number 7, husband, do humans have free will?
Ooh, this is one of those questions that's debatable, actually, even scientifically.
Yes.
But I'm going to go with yes.
That sounds like a fine answer.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. In Deuteronomy, it reads, I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life.
Sure.
Or kill yourself, whichever.
Right.
I mean, don't, guys.
Right.
Don't. I was just putting that out there as like a free will thing. Yeah. But everybody be happy and live and do good things.
Right.
Yes. Okay. But guess what?
I'm always wrong.
You are always fucking wrong, but so am I, obviously.
Yeah.
In Jeremiah, it reads, O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. So it's all God. God's doing the whole thing. He's pulling all the strings.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's that.
If that's the case, that makes him even worse than.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if he's the one making all the things happen. And we've discussed this at points throughout the Bible.
Yeah.
But like that makes him even worse.
No, totally agree. Because it's like, wait, so you're literally watching us and you're like making our strings go up and down and you're like, wee, kill, rape, pillage, yay. Like, that's gross.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so number 8. Husband, we've asked this one before. How many gods are there?
0. But
right. But that's not one of your choices, unfortunately.
No, I know.
For the purposes of this game.
For the purposes of the Bible, I'm going to go with multiple.
Sure.
And they are even mentioned in Jeremiah, because I remember them mentioning Bel and different things like that, which isn't necessarily a god, but it's a reference to a god. So.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
So, there are several gods, and starting in Genesis, it said, and God said, let us make man in our image. So he's like referring to himself, and not just the third person, but the plural third person.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then in Deuteronomy, it says, for the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords.
Right.
Meaning there's others, but I am the biggest.
Yeah.
And then in Joshua, it says, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. Yeah, they did.
Right.
Okay. And then in Psalms, it says, among the gods, there is none like unto thee, O Lord. So there's a bunch.
But none like you.
Right. And then in 2 Chronicles, it says, great is our God above all gods. And then in Jeremiah, here we go.
Okay.
It says, the gods that have not made the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth. And from under these heavens.
Okay.
So he gonna get them.
Right.
Like he's been saying that for ages.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then again in Jeremiah, it says, I'm about to bring punishment on Ammon, god of Thebes, on Pharaoh, on Egypt and her gods and her kings, and on those who rely on Pharaoh. I'm gonna get ya.
I think that, well, I think even with regard to the God of the Bible, right? Yahweh. And the other gods of other cultures, like we even read this in Jeremiah, or learned about it in Jeremiah anyway, is that a lot of cultures were referenced by the name of their god, right?
Yeah.
And I think that even applies to Yahweh. Like, this is just how these people identified themselves as this god was their god, right? So there's all these gods, and they want this one to be the best real bad, but, it's really not a god, but it's more just their identification as a culture and a people.
Similarly, high schoolers identify themselves by their school mascot. Like, I was a Centurion.
Sure. Yeah.
What were you?
I was a Spartan.
See?
Yeah.
And that's what we were, right? Were we those things, though? No. But that's how we identify culturally.
Sure.
As teenagers.
Yeah.
But again, you're always wrong. Of course, there's only one God. According to Deuteronomy, unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else beside him. There's only the one.
Right.
Okay. You got it?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Do you got that math?
I've got it. Yeah.
All
I
right.
can count to 1.
Can you?
I can.
Okay. So number 9, husband.
Yes.
Does God repent?
I do recall that happening at some point, so I'm going to go with yes.
So he does. In Genesis, he says, and it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. So he fucking hated that he made us. And then in 1 Samuel, it says, it repenteth me, God, that I have set Saul up to be king, for he has turned back from following me and hath not performed my commandments. Committing complete genocide on the Amalekites was what he's pissed about.
Right.
And the Lord repented that he had ever made Saul king over Israel. So he really was, he's mad he made us. He's mad he put Saul on the throne.
Right.
Okay. And then in Jeremiah, it says, if that nation against whom I have pronounced turn away from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And he was like, I will change my mind if they do good now.
Right.
And they
but the funny thing is the way that they phrase that is that he's going to repent of the evil that he's going to do upon them.
He's going to do evil to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just parse that out for a second. God is going to do evil.
Right.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in Jeremiah, it says, I am weary of repenting. So, I mean, not only does he repent, but he repents so many times.
Right.
He's so tired of forgiving everybody. Ugh. And I'm like, that's your job as a God, bro. But guess what?
I'm wrong.
You're always wrong.
Yeah.
It had been a while since I sang it.
Sure.
Yeah. So, no, of course God doesn't repent because he could never change his mind or have regrets or everything he does is perfect.
He's infallible.
Yeah. According to Numbers, God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of a man that he should repent. I mean, duh.
Okay.
You got it?
I'm sure.
Okay. So, number 10, husband, are we punished for the sins of others?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
According to Exodus and Numbers and Deuteronomy, this thing I'm about to read is mentioned in multiple places in the Torah.
Yeah.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Fuck those kids that haven't even been born yet. I'm going to punish them too. And then in 2 Samuel, it says, there was a famine in the days of David 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord answered, sorry, it's for Saul and for his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites, remember? Yeah, so fuck this entire population, sorry.
Yeah.
Not sorry.
Right.
And then in Jeremiah, it says, wherefore hath the Lord pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against the Lord our God? Thou shalt then say to them, says the Lord, because your fathers have forsaken me and have walked after other gods and have served them and have worshipped them and have forsaken me and have not kept my law. Your daddies, they did bad. So fuck all of you today.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then further in Jeremiah, it says, therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will punish Shemaiah the Neelamite and his seed, because he hath taught rebellion against the Lord. So fuck whatever kids he has.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Yep.
So, yeah. He does punish others he does punish us for the sins of others. But guess what?
We're wrong.
We are always wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, nope. According to Deuteronomy, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
And then again in Jeremiah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, contrasting its own self.
Right.
It says, in those days they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten a sour grape and the children's teeth are set on edge. But no, every one shall die for his own iniquity. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm not going to kill your kids for you fucking up.
It seems to me like they just have, they're like, what's a good reason why things are going bad? This will work.
Yeah.
And it's either you specifically or your ancestors if they can't come up with anything bad that you did.
Yeah.
There's always a reason, though.
Because that was science to them back then. So, number 11. How long was the Babylonian captivity?
70 years.
You would think. Okay. And this whole land shall be a desolation and an astonishment, and these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And that's from Jeremiah.
Right.
Now, I did take an answer from the book of Baruch, which is not in the Bible that we're reading, but we know the dude.
Yeah.
And so I didn't feel too bad about stealing this one.
Okay.
Because, he's friends with Jeremiah, right?
Yeah.
And he said 7 generations. When you are come into Babylon, you shall be there many years, and for a long time, even to 7 generations.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So either 70 years or 7 generations, which, could be about the same.
Sure. Right.
Whatever.
Kind of.
Yeah, not really.
That'd be really short generations, but
yeah. But guess what?
I'm wrong.
We're both wrong and they're both wrong.
Okay.
It's neither, because we have history books, actually. And the Babylonian captivity ended in 539 BCE, when King Cyrus of Persia defeated Babylon. So that's when it ended, right?
Yeah.
Now, when it began is somewhat less clear. And we have 3 different choices.
Yeah.
And none of them add up right.
Right. I was going to say, I mean, if you take 39, and I think it was like 76 or 77 when the official conquering was. So, that's like 36, 37 years.
Yes, you are right on the money, sir. Let me read these dates to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it 605 BCE after the Battle of Carchemish when Nebuchadnezzar attacked Jerusalem? That could have been when it started.
Okay.
Right? Was it 598 or 97 when Joachim was killed and his successor Jeconiah and many others were taken to Babylon?
I don't know.
Could be, right, maybe. Sure, I don't know. Okay. Was it in 587 or 76 when the temple and Jerusalem were destroyed and many of its people were exiled? Could be.
Sure.
So depending on which of these dates you choose as the start of the Babylonian captivity, its duration would be 66, 59, or 48 years respectively.
Oh, okay.
So, none of the above.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So neither 70 years nor 7 generations.
Right.
So, fuck off.
And you can't even stretch it out. Like, there's, like, even if you take it at the furthest point.
The closest one is 66.
Right.
Is
which
close to 70 years.
Say that might, but.
They might have rounded up to the nearest 5.
Sure.
I would allow it if that's what they were trying to say.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If they spelled that out.
But that was never, ever spelled out. So.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Not also if you're trying to say that Jeremiah did a 40-year stint. Right. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't buy it.
Nope.
Okay. So number 12. Husband, how should the Ammonites be treated?
I don't even recall. I would assume that we wanted to destroy them.
We do. We want to kill them and take their land.
Okay.
I will cause an alarm of war to be heard in Rabbah of the Ammonites, and it shall be a desolate heap, and her daughter shall be burned with fire. And that's from Jeremiah chapter 49. Oh, sure. So that would be right in his address to the nations.
Right.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry, that was Oracle of the Nations.
Yeah, that was the bit that was written like during exile or post exile.
Yeah, yeah. But back in Deuteronomy, to prove that we're always wrong, you're supposed to avoid them. Because it says, and when thou comest nigh over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them. For I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it unto the children of Lot for a possession.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So early on, he's like, no, this is Lot.
Theirs. Right.
Yeah. And then later on, he's like, kill those motherfuckers, take that land. Get them. Fuck them. Fuck Lot's descendants.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Mm-hmm. That would mean that God changed his mind.
It's almost like that,
apparently.
Isn't it?
So, yeah.
Well, it happens again because number 13. How should the Moabites be treated?
Well, they were friendly to them, sort of ish, back in like Exodus or somewhere back there anyway.
Deuteronomy.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Lord said unto me, Moses, distress not the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give thee of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession.
Okay.
So again, these are lots.
Yeah. Right.
Don't fuck with them.
Right.
And then Moses was like, cool, but can I marry one?
Right.
JK. So, yeah, that was in Deuteronomy, but then later in Jeremiah, an oracle against the nations, he's like, kill them and take their land again.
Right.
He says, there shall be no more praise of Moab. Come and let us cut it off from being a nation. Get them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So it just depends on
which portion of the Bible you're reading.
And also what is politically strategic for the people who are actually writing the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they're like...
Because they were all written during different time periods and different... Yeah.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with God.
Because I'm sorry, if that was Lot's people, they're still Lot's people, just like the Israelites are still Moses's people.
Right.
You know, you don't get to just... Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
So what you have decided is fuck Lot's descendants.
Sure.
Which I would be fine. I wish you would just say, we decided we don't like Lot's descendants anymore.
To be extra fair...
just to throw this out there, God was in Jeremiah was in the process of destroying the Israelites as well. So to say that he's going to destroy the, Moabites and the Ammonites, maybe isn't too far of a stretch at that point. But
that's true.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. So
all right, I will allow it then.
Right.
Okay. That is very fair.
Right.
All right, last question.
Okay.
Number 14. Husband, this is such a good one for the book that we just read.
Yeah.
Did Zedekiah's eyes behold the king of Babylon?
Yes.
Depends.
Depends, huh?
Depends.
Well, I mean, isn't he the one that took his eyes?
Yeah, he had his sons killed in front of him, and then his eyes were put out.
Which would mean to me, I would think that he, saw the king taking his fucking eyes at the very least.
Well, okay. So, yes, thine eyes shall behold the eyes of the king of Babylon, and that was in Jeremiah.
Yeah.
And, okay. But guess what?
I'm wrong.
There's like 1,000 contradictions and things that I did not include in this.
Okay.
Between Jeremiah and the first and second, or the second book of Kings.
Oh,
Second Kings. A lot of the details. This is the only one that I actually grabbed for our questionnaire here that we're doing.
Sure.
But a lot of the differences are in. Like how many of these and how many of those and, how many miles and which guy was where.
Right.
And
the stories don't mesh up.
Yeah, they don't match up. Like how many guys were in the army. And I'm like, whatever.
Right. Fuck cares.
They didn't have fucking calculators.
We've always kind of shied away from the counting errors because
I
it's just like, whatever.
Because me and you could count the same things 5 times and come up with different answers. And we have the Googles.
Right. Yeah.
And calculators.
Yeah.
So I don't hold those kind of errors against people who lived over 2,000 years ago.
Sure.
So there are a lot of differences. Like the stories are the same from 2 Kings to Jeremiah.
Yeah.
They are exactly the same, but some of the like nitty gritty details don't match and I just don't give a shit. But this one I thought was pretty good.
Okay.
Because in Jeremiah, yeah, he totally got to see the king and then, his kids were killed in front of him and then his eyes were put out.
Yeah.
But in 2 Kings, they put out the eyes of Zedekiah, bound him in fetters of brass, and then carried him to Babylon. Yeah.
Well, I feel like that's still the same thing that happened actually, because they met up with them at that place that was just outside of Egypt.
But the king wasn't there. Nebuchadnezzar was not there.
In Kings, you're saying? Or
in either
Jeremiah?
story.
Oh, okay.
No, the king was not there in either story.
Well, where does it say that he did see the king?
In Jeremiah, it says, "Your eyes shall behold the eyes of the king of Babylon."
Okay, so that's what I was saying. In Jeremiah, they had him at that place that was just outside of it.
Who's him? They had who?
Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians.
Okay.
Had him just outside of that place that was just outside of Egypt where he almost got away. And that's where he killed his kids and took his eyes out.
Except that even in the book of Jeremiah, that was his soldiers that went after him. Like Nebuchadnezzar was not there.
Okay. I didn't gather. I mean, like they said that. I don't understand because like they said that he saw him in the same book. So like, are you saying that it contradicts itself in Jeremiah?
I'm not really sure because what they're saying, the difference is, did they put out his eyes before or after they took Zedekiah to Babylon? That's the question.
Okay.
Because the king was still back in Babylon. He was not there part of the fight. His soldier guys were, and Zedebar, whatever that guy's name. You know who I'm talking about.
Nebuzaradan or something.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. He was there. Okay. So the question is, did they put out his eyes like right there when they caught him, or did he get back to Babylon?
Got it. Okay.
And then they put his eyes out.
Okay. So you're saying that, okay, I got it.
In Jeremiah...
In Jeremiah, they captured him, brought him to Babylon, and then those things with where they killed his sons and all that happened.
Happened in Babylon,
okay.
Right. But in 2 Kings, that happened right when they caught him.
Got it. Okay.
Now, I tend to think that probably Jeremiah had the right of it on this one. I think that they probably captured him, brought him back to Babylon, and then the king, Nebuchadnezzar, made the choice and was like, dude, here's your sons. Watch, we're going to kill him. Go ahead, kill his sons. And now we're going to put your fucking eyes out. And now you can live here.
Right.
And that's what I think. So I think Jeremiah had the right of it.
Got it.
2 Kings, though, was like, no, they put his eyes out, whatever.
Sure.
And it's like, does it matter? No.
Right.
But because we just literally finished reading that, I just thought, okay, that's a good one to end on.
Sure.
Got it?
All right. Yeah, I got it. So that was our Contradictions episode for Jeremiah.
It sure as fuck was.
And we are now done 100% with Jeremiah.
I mean, but are we though?
I don't know.
Because we're about to read Lamentations.
Which apparently is written by him, maybe, sort of, kind of.
And then there's some other shit that he's supposed to have written.
Yeah. But we're done with the fucking book.
We're done with the book of Jeremiah.
We are done with that fucking book.
We are.
And we're moving along.
Yes, congratulations to everybody who has followed us on this journey. You have just completed totally another book, and we are moving on through the Bible to the next book.
All right.
Woohoo!
Yep. All right. Well, that's all we got for tonight.
That is all we've got for tonight.
Or this morning, whenever you're listening to us. Mid-afternoon.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yesterday.
Whenever. Yeah, sure.
Tomorrow.
Anyway, bye, guys.
2022.
See ya.
Bye.
Hey, wife. I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my God. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep, we have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe. Leave an Apple review. Join us on Twitter. Support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.